Pirates Fishing Saitama Constitution Chapter 61-80. Chapter 61. My character is excellent, come on. On the walkway leading to the weapons store. As Chen Mu walked, he looked at the seastone bullets in the system storage space. Looking at the 2 or 3 sporadic bullets, he couldn't help sighing. Hey, I can only pray now, don't have too many. While speaking, Chen Mu walked down the steps and walked into the arsenal below. Gone. Looking at the pile of sea stones in the room, Chen Mu was stunned and froze in place. Immediately afterwards, there were 2, dong, dong, sounds, and the heavy sea stone handcuffs slipped from Chen Mu's hands and hit the wooden floor. Chen Mu suddenly discovered that the original flag will fall, not just talking. This is human wisdom. After being stunned for a few seconds, Chen Mu slowly accepted the setting that he was an assembly line robot, and took a difficult step towards this hill. I should be the only one who traveled to the animation world to complete the assembly line operation. Chen Mu walked forward with a dull expression on his face. After a while, Chen Mu, who persuaded himself to no avail, sat helplessly in front of this pile of rocks and started his homework. The sound of click, click, echoed in this slightly crowded room. After half an hour of smashing, Chen Mu couldn't hold it anymore. He fell back, closed his eyes, and took a short rest. The original pair of white and tough palms were trembling slightly at this moment. This boring job, over and over again, is so tortuous. After resting for about 10 minutes, Chen Mu's expression gradually softened. He rested his elbows on the ground, and sighed in a half-lying position. Hey, I shouldn't have used my words. Then he shook his head and chuckled, took a deep breath, sat up, and continued to grab the remaining seastone handcuffs. For a time, the sound of click echoed in the arsenal again. Time passed slowly, and the original 2-meter-high hill was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. After an hour-long arduous work, again, Chen Mu finally crushed the pile of stones into pieces. Next, as long as these crushed stones are polished into bullet shapes, I can rest. But this step seems to be the most difficult. Chen Mu sat on the ground and pulled out the Kyoka Shueyu from the bottom of his butt. Looking at the Zanpakudo in his hand, he couldn't help, silent, for himself. Stand up. Just when Chen Mu was full of sorrow, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The original seastone ore was found, which can be forged. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this exciting news, Chen Mu jumped up excitedly after being stunned for a while. Ha ha ha, I have a system, how could I forget it? I can finally get out of the bitter sea, open the system for me. Chen Mu closed his eyes, his mind instantly sank into the system space, clicked on the forging page, and pulled down the list. Glancing at the burning stone that had turned gray, Chen Mu's eyes moved down. Full of anxiety, he clicked the plus sign marked New. Seastone ore, forgeable random item level bullets, spikes, handcuffs, explosive collars, and other sundries. Close black lens bracket. Actually a random forging, good guy. This is what makes me fight for my character. It's a pity that my character has always been excellent. Even the first time I met the girls, they would praise me as a good person. Just wait to lose your pants, young system. Chen Mu grinned confidently, and pressed the forge button hard. Afterwards, a misty white mist appeared in front of Chen Mu, and occasionally a few dazzling golden lightning flashed through it. After holding his breath for a while, Chen Mu turned on the I have a normal heart buff, and decisively stretched his hand into the white fog. Bounce! Chen Mu shouted in a low voice. Ding! The forging is successful, congratulations to the host for getting a bullet. Close black lens bracket. Chen Mu Vivi was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but complained in his heart. Just one. You're just repaying me like this. Just when Chen Mu was full of resentment, he suddenly discovered that the white mist that exuded a dazzling brilliance was still floating in the air, and the flashing golden lightning seemed to be more frequent. Note: there is no change in the fog mass. This is completely a psychological effect of someone. The frequency of flashing has accelerated. Could it be the pad knife theory? Chen Mu's eyes rolled, thinking of a possibility. Then, without hesitation, he suddenly stretched his hands into the fog and squeezed hard. Ding! The forging is successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a bullet. Close black lens bracket. Ding! The forging is successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a bullet. Close black lens bracket. Forge, with a smile on his face. As the system prompts continued to sound, the gravel beside Chen Mu was slowly disappearing. In the space, the number in the lower right corner of the item is also beating constantly. +1, +1, +1. ... After a long time, the white brilliance flashed, and the fog suddenly disappeared in front of Chen Mu's eyes. Those hands that were still in the muscle memory, actually clenched subconsciously. Chen Mu was stunned for a moment, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Is this gone? Then, he turned his head, looked behind him, who was empty, and was forced to accept the reality. Hey, it's gone. Let me see what good treasures I have made with my character. Chen Mu's mouth twitched. With a confident smile on his face, he sank his mind into the system space again. In the storage space, Chen Mu looked at the huge and empty storage compartment. In addition to the original items, the harvest of seastone forging this time only occupies less than 10 grids. They are: EPUB Seastone Bullet 98, EPUB Huge Bullet 10, EPUB Explosion Collar 1, EPUB Seastone Handcuffs with 10 times Gravity 3, EPUB Seastone Pots and Pans Set 3. Good guy, except for the lack of spikes, the others have basically come over, and the number of bullets is enough to deal with Nami. Chen Mu nodded with satisfaction. Laughing and smiling, Chen Mu suddenly realized that he didn't realize it, and couldn't help but wonder. Why do I have to deal with Nami? Someone just quietly fell under the skirt of the true One Piece, King of Pirates. ... Aft third floor, measurement room. Nami was fanning herself with her palm while writing something in the logbook. X year X month X, the weather was fine. Jinbei salvaged a lot of useless seastone handcuffs, but the kind uncle promised to help me process them into bullets, so that I can exchange for a lot of Bailey in the black market. Quote. At the end of the diary, it is specially written in bold red font. Uncle is such a good man. Then he closed the log, leaned lightly on the back of the gorgeous chair, and twisted the long orange hair behind his head with both hands. Why is it so hot? Forget it, let's take a bath first. After speaking, he removed his 2 straight white thighs from the table and walked towards the stairs beside him. The Sunny at this time is slowly heading towards the island of molten flames, Punk Hazard. On the other side, Chen Mu, who had finished his work, followed the steps and returned to the energy room on the first floor. Oh, it's rare that Frankie isn't drinking Coke here. Chen Mu glanced around in the energy room, glanced at the countless Coke barrels piled up in the corner, and couldn't help sighing. After all, I probably haven't drank happy water for more than 2 years. Chen Mu laughed at himself and slowly left the energy room. Chen Mu, who pushed open the door, came out with the Jinghua Suzui Zanpakudo under his arm, and a bulging cloth bag in each of his left and right hands. With seastone bullets on one side, and a set of pots and pans on the other side, he walked towards the restaurant on the second floor. This is a gift for Sanji. After all, as long as Nami doesn't speak, Sanji will never ask him for food. He was embarrassed after prostituting so many times for free. I hope he likes this set of special kitchen utensils. Chen Mu walked into the room on the second floor with this heavy gift. Pushing the gate of opening, the first thing that caught his eye was the swivel chair that was slowly stopping to rotate. Then, Chen Mu locked his gaze on Chopper on the hospital bed. Chopper, what's wrong with you? Chen Mu stepped forward and looked at Chopper with his tongue out. Ah, it's so hot. am out of energy. Chopper replied weakly with drooping eyes. Chenmu was stunned, and looked behind him with a puzzled face. Could it be that Nami made another mistake to release the terrifying heat? Then feel it carefully. I don't feel hot. Moreover, the sky outside is also normal blue. Chenmu tilted his head, puzzled. He stopped thinking about it, turned around, pushed the door and walked into the restaurant. Before leaving, I also said something to Chopper. If you're not feeling well, just drink more hot water. ... In the restaurant, Chenmu looked around, but did not find Sanji's figure, and muttered. It's almost time for dinner. Where did Sanji and the others go? While speaking, Chenmu frowned slightly, put the bag of pots and pans on the table covered with green tablecloth, and said to himself, forget it, let's go to Nami first. After speaking, he reached out and took the long teapot beside him, poured a full glass of water, and left the restaurant. Chenmu pushed the gate of opening, returned to the aisle health room again, glanced at Chopper who was still exhaling with his tongue out, dragged its head with one hand, lifted it up, and said, come on, open your mouth and take a sip of water to make you feel better. Yeah, Chopper replied softly, and then two short hands took the water cup from Chenmu's hand. He raised his head, accompanied by a gurgling sound. The water glass quickly bottomed out. I'm alive again. Chopper groaned comfortably, handed the water glass back to Chenmu's hand, and lay down again. It's just that the short black hooves in the side-lying position this time scratched his back comfortably. When Chenmu saw this, Vivi twitched at the corners of his mouth. This little unconscionable, thank you for not knowing what to say. Then, mocking Isho, he shook his head, put the water glass on Chopper's table, and walked out. On the other side, Nami wrapped a pink towel on her head and soaked in the cool water bath, humming an unknown tune in her mouth, feeling very good. Hum tilde, Nami hummed softly, resting her head on the edge of the bathtub. Next to the bathtub is a white window in the shape of a round arch. Since there are no curtains, the warm sunlight can enter directly through the window. Under the windowsill outside the bathroom, two figures were frantically pinching each other. Sanji pressed one hand on Brook's face, while the other held him tightly, preventing him from standing up and peeping. Brook, on the other hand, grabbed the windowsill with both hands, desperately trying to jump up, but Sanji tried his best to push him down, preventing him from seeing the beauty in the bathroom. Damn it, it turns out that the weird smell outside the window that Nami often talks about is a dead skeleton. Sanji gritted his teeth. Don't you want to watch Sanji-san? Brook smiled teasingly. Hearing this, Sanji was taken aback. Looking at Sanji's distraction, Brook took advantage of his unpreparedness and tilted his neck, and a yellow soul body flew out of his wide-open mouth. Yo hoo hoo hoo, Brook's smug laughter came to an abrupt end, and with a thoughtful expression, he slowly returned to his body. You bastard, Sanji muttered angrily, grabbing Brook's neck with both hands and shaking it vigorously. Shan tilde G tilde quick tilde stop tilde down tilde. I tilde have tilde something tilde want tilde talk to tilde you tilde. Brook felt that his spine was about to be shaken, so he had to use this soul-calling tone, to exhale. You'd better explain it to me. Sanji glared at him angrily and let go of his hands. Sanji, I went up and saw Nami just now. Brook's tone was very calm. The veins on Sanji's forehead jumped violently, and 3 words were squeezed out of his clenched teeth, and then. And, a man. What? Sanji's eyes widened, and an invisible anger burst from his eyes instantly. With a whoosh sound, Sanji stood up instantly and appeared at the window. However, before he could take a closer look, Nami, who was angry and shot, punched through the glass and hit her in the eye socket. Immediately afterwards, with a puff, it fell into the sea. Brook, who was gloating at the misfortune, was quietly squirming under the window-sill in some kind of mollusk-going way. So grandly, under Nami's eyelids, he slipped away silently. It's just that Sanji, who was soaked in pain, climbed up embarrassedly along the rope ladder, facing Frankie's strange eyes. "No thanks." Frankie winked at Sanji with an expression that all men understand. Forget it." Sanji was also dumb eating Wonglian, and he couldn't tell if he was suffering. He waved his hands angrily and walked to the boys' dormitory on the first floor to change his wet clothes. On the other side, Brooke spun around and slipped back under the window. Because of him, he did see a man. However, this time, when he climbed up the window, he only saw an empty bathroom. Nami and the man in the shadow disappeared together. What about people? Brooke opened his hands, together with the big skeleton face. Together they clinged to the window and looked in hard, as if they wanted to see if the two were hiding. As everyone knows, Nami is standing behind him. At this moment, Nami's forehead blue veins jumped violently, and the blue veins burst out on her tightly clenched fist. "Look, I said he didn't leave." Chen Mu stood behind Nami and spread his hands helplessly. "Huh." Hearing the sound, Brooke was startled, and the bones all over his body were already trembling to a very small extent. Then, in a hurry, he slowly turned around, put the two white bone index fingers into his dark eye sockets, and while tracing a circle, he said with a sudden realization. It turns out that skeletons have no eyes, no wonder I can't see things." After finishing speaking, he leaned against the wall and groped forward with the appearance of a blind man. "Lu-K," Nami shouted angrily. That voice. Is it Miss Nami?" Brooke still responded with a dazed expression. However, this is not the voice Nami wants to hear at all. If she... Boom, bang, 1, 2 sounds like knocking wooden fish resounded above the sunny Brook at the scene of the incident. The forehead that was not covered by the black curly hair was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 red, steaming big bags. Chen Mu blinked his eyes hard, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Neat buns, grow on the skulls. This technology can be done in one piece, King of Pirates. Nami, who had finished venting, exhaled softly, raised her head proudly, and walked towards the girls' dormitory with the cloth bag handed over by Chen Mu. Note: the dormitory is in the direction of the bow. The first floor is for boys, and the second floor is for girls. Chapter 62 Rainbow fish dots appear. On the other side, on the calm sea. One of the warships at the forefront, Admiral Akainu, was sitting in the control room with a gloomy face, his feet resting on the control console full of buttons. Fortunately, the console is big enough, leaving a large blank area for him to stand on. I see. Akainu responded in a low voice, holding the microphone in his left hand. Well, don't delay too long. Go straight to Mariajoy when you're done. A phone bug with a cigar in his mouth was using a very calm tone to convey the order of the person on the other end of the phone to Akainu. Well, nothing else, I'll just hang up. Akainu frowned, as if he didn't really want to say a word to this person. Well, hang up. After that, the person on the other end of the phone hung up the phone, leaving only a beep beep sound to Akainu, and the phone bug, who was blowing smoke rings, was also abrupt. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. This bastard. Akainu cursed in a low voice, then pressed the microphone hard against the back of the phone bug's volute. Smoker, standing quietly behind Akainu, glanced at the phone bug that was almost smashed, and said indifferently, Your Excellency, this is RG5 branch, the only phone bug that can connect to the headquarters. Broken. It's going to be troublesome. Smoker frowned slightly, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. Humph. Akainu snorted heavily, not intending to respond too much. Just a vice admiral. Smoker watched Akainu's back, waiting quietly. After a while, Smoker realized that Akainu did not intend to convey the meaning of the headquarters order to him, so he walked out with a blank face, and couldn't help slandering. HMPH, an arm will be broken by a young pirate under 20 years old, and his face is arrogant. Is this the admiral of the current headquarters? But so. At this time, Smoker lowered his head slightly, making it difficult to see the expression on his face. It was not until he walked out of the control room and stepped into the sunlight that people saw his slightly cold smile. Especially the scary scar from cheek to forehead made his cold face even more cold. "Mr. Smoker." Tashigi walked over, pursed his lips, and said hesitantly. "Huh." Smoker turned his head to look at Tashigi, who was somewhat restrained, then frowned slightly, and preached in a slightly dissatisfied tone. "Tashigi, this is the warship of the G5 unit, and it is your own warship, don't be so cowardly." "Yes, Smoker Vice Admiral." Tashigi puffed out his chest and said firmly. Seeing this, Smoker gave a faint, his tone slightly calmer, and asked suspiciously, "Is there something wrong?" Tashigi held up the frame of the mirror and said, "Our current route is to Mariajoy." "Well, it should be." After a pause, he continued. "Whitebeard suddenly announced that he wants to form an alliance with the Straw Hat Boy. There must be something planned. And this World Conference, those guys who call themselves the Revolutionary Army will also come to intervene." At this, Smoker's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone became a little heavy. "You mean, what we're going to face this time are the 4 Emperors of the Sea and the Revolutionary Army?" Tashigi's pupils shrank suddenly. He took a half step back subconsciously, and then asked with a face full of doubts. "The man who claims to be the strongest in the world, why did he attack Mariajoy? Wasn't his son, Fire Fist Ace, not successfully executed?" Smoker didn't look up, and said in a low voice. "He will surely come." Pause, he added. "Recent rumors say that the captain of the 6th Division who died seems to be the hands of the Blackbeard pirates, plus the captain of the 4th Division he killed earlier, a total of 2 blood debts. Whitebeard certainly won't give up. Moreover, if you want to find the Teach hiding in the boundless sea, then there is only one place." "You mean, that man, he will kill Mariajoy because of Blackbeard Teach?" Tashigi said in shock, covering his mouth slightly. Feeling the shock in Tashigi's eyes, Smoker shook his head slightly and said, "I'm not sure either, but he will probably go." Hearing this, Tashigi hurriedly said, "What if Shichibukai or Blackbeard Teach were not called to Mariajoy by the headquarters?" Hearing this, Smoker's face froze, and then his brows slowly wrinkled, sinking into thought. Just as the atmosphere became heavier, a cold snort entered the ears of the two of them. Two heard the sound and saw Akainu, who was wearing a marine coat, came out of the door and said gloomily, "Do you want to convey to the world that we marine are afraid of these dark forces?" This, Smoker just frowned, but didn't say anything. Tashigi, on the other hand, looked at Smoker with a stunned expression, thinking. No wonder Mr. Smoker didn't say a word. It turned out that he had already expected this result. Seeing that the two were silent, Akainu glanced at Smoker and said indifferently, "Our destination this time is not Mariajoy, but Dr. Vegapunk's laboratory." "Why?" Smoker suddenly raised his head, looked at Akainu with distrust in his eyes, and asked coldly, "Why did Your Excellency change the course privately? This seems to have involved disobeying the military order." However, this time, Akainu did not ignore him, and directly responded to his question, saying slowly, "Because that's the order from headquarters." After speaking, the corner of his mouth twitched, and with an intriguing smile, he walked between the two of them and went straight to the bow. On the other side, on the slow-moving Sunny. Everyone gathered at the bow of the boat, looking at the island of flames not far away, with horror in their eyes. Looking at this, one side is a huge volcanic eruption, and the other side is a terrifying island with a whirlwind of flames. For a while, everyone's breathing rate slowed down a bit. Jinbei, who was extremely resistant to the heat, frowned and said, "Do we have to cross this island?" Everyone turned their heads in unison and looked at Nami, who was full of shock. She didn't expect Nami. She obviously chose the route with the lowest frequency of pointer shaking. Why? Why did she still come to such a terrifying island? New world. Is it all so terrifying? Chopper, who also hated the heat, stuck out his tongue, and said weakly, can we go around? I can't use my strength at all, it's so hot. Everyone present frowned. Except for the gleaming Luffy. Just when the atmosphere gradually became dull, Chen Mu spoke. Does it have to be over this island for the needle to point in the next direction? A trace of guilt flashed in Nami's eyes. She lowered her head, and gave a soft, Seeing this, Chen Mu, Vivi Isho, reached out and rubbed Nami's hair, and said softly, let me go. Everyone's expressions froze, and all turned to look at Chen Mu. But Chen Mu didn't care about everyone's reaction. He gently took the pointer from Nami's hand and said, I'll call Ah Jing later, and when I cross this island, I will inform Ah Jing. When the time comes, you guys follow it and you will find me. A whale. Everyone was stunned, then thought of the big black whale. Yes, it's true that I haven't seen that silly sea king for a few days. Seeing everyone's sudden realization, Chen Mu could see at a glance what they were thinking. It's not that he doesn't let Ah Jing come out, but that his talent ability, which is only level 1, has a skill cooldown. Each time a sea king is summoned, the existence time is 24 hours, but the cooling time is as long as 48 hours. In this regard, Chen Mu is also very helpless. Fortunately, I didn't call out a whale a few days ago, otherwise it would be very troublesome when it was cooling down. Moreover, this rough system is also there is not much introduction about how to upgrade, so he is still confused and can only wait for fate to come. After everyone instructed them one after another, Chen Mu stood on the head of the lion and faced Vivi Isho to everyone. Then the figure flashed, turned into a yellow beam, and shot directly at the terrifying island surrounded by half lava flowing and half flame whirlwind. Although Nami knew that with Chen Mu's ability, she would be able to return safely, but she couldn't help but worry. At this moment, Robin came over, put his hand on Nami's shoulder lightly, and was gentle to her. A touch of emotion flashed in Nami's eyes, and she forced a smile in response. The atmosphere on the ship gradually eased, and everyone came one after another to comfort Nami, and then each returned to their posts. Only Nami was left, still standing on the bow, looking forward to it. The party involved in this incident, Mr. Chen Mu. It is, wind fire, going straight to the center of the island. With the constant reminders of the system, after going in the wrong direction countless times, Chen Mu finally found the right path and came to this lava lake in the center of the island. Ding! Found an advanced fish spot, currently available bait, advanced rainbow bait. Close black lens bracket. Chen Mu looked left and right, selected a boulder near the lake, jumped lightly, and jumped on it. Afterwards, the brilliance flashed, and the special fishing rod with the bait already hung appeared directly in the upper right. Accompanied by a slight whistling sound, a splendid rainbow swept across the crimson lake water and fell precisely into the center of the lava lake. Ding! Fishing starts. Countdown. 9 minutes 59 seconds. Chen Mu raised his eyebrows in surprise and exclaimed, there is still a fishing countdown this time. After complaining at random, he closed his eyes and waited quietly. Time passed by, and Chen Mu, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder, did not move like an old monk in meditation. Ding! The fishing is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mirror fruit. Close black lens bracket. The sound of the system's notification woke Chen Mu up, only to see him slowly open his sleepy eyes, and a tear of disappointment fell down his cheek. While patting the yawning mouth with his left hand, he stuck the fishing rod behind him with his right hand. The wind of filling the cup is extremely strong. I don't know, I thought he was going to take out a frying pan from behind. Chen Mu gradually woke up, smashed his mouth, scratched the back of his head, and said to himself, this is a devil fruit. Seeing the mirror-like fruit in his hand, Chen Mu felt a little silly. The mirrored fruit is shaped like a durian with a pointed shell, but strangely, it is a fruit without any color. And its colorless state is different from transparent lake water. When Chen Mu held up this huge fruit, what was reflected on the surface was actually his own face. But the strange thing is that there is more than one picture. It felt like each thorn was an independent mirror, and countless Chenmu faces appeared on this fruit at the same time. In this regard, Chenmu had to be amazed. This EPUB system is different. Not only does it have no color, but it doesn't even have the unique thread of the devil fruit. It's really naughty. After Chenmu complained for a while, he fixed his eyes on this special fruit. I saw many faces on the mirror slowly disappear, and then the picture in the mirror was suddenly shrouded in a mist, and a huge tree could be seen vaguely. The huge tree crown was full of fruits of various shapes. Is this the origin of the devil fruit? Chenmu was taken aback for a moment, and he couldn't believe the picture in the mirror. Then he shook his head vigorously, and fixed his eyes on the mirror again. I saw lines of fine black fonts slowly appear on the layer of fog. Mirror fruit. Effect 1. Copy any fruit ability. The ability of the re-engraved fruit will exist permanently, and the user can replace the effect at any time. Effect 2. Up to 2 fruit abilities can exist at the same time. Close black lens bracket. How to use. The user needs to directly contact those with other abilities, and will determine the effect and duration of the re-engraved fruit development according to the strength of both parties. Close black lens bracket. Note, this fruit can be used on any life or object. Close black lens bracket. This concludes the introduction. Holy crap, this fruit. What a coaxing cow. With this thing, doesn't that mean you have all the fruits in the world? And it is also a double fruit, seamless switching. This is much more than the dark fruit of Blackbeard, the fork. Just when Chenmu couldn't help laughing up to the sky, a thunderstorm exploded in his mind, making the laughter that he was about to blurt out in his throat. No, this thing is a devil fruit. What the hell? I already have seasickness, and after eating devil fruits, I get seasickness. In this world where the plot is either sea or island, what do you want me to do? Just when Chenmu was about to turn into a runaway brother, a line of small black characters slowly appeared at the bottom of the mirror fruit, which read: Note, after taking this fruit, the user will be afraid of seawater. Close black lens bracket. It's up to you to say it. Do you think I don't know? Chenmu promptly stopped the swear words that were about to be blurted out. No way, the sound will be automatically silenced when you say it. Just as someone was furiously jumping at the mirror, the small characters on the screen began to slowly dissipate. Gradually, only one line of small print remained. Note, this fruit can be used on any life or object. Close black lens bracket. This sentence was left in the entire huge screen. Looking at this very meaningful introduction, Chenmu calmed down a little, hinting that he should calm down first. At the same time, repeating in the mouth, can be used on any life or object. On the object. There was another thunder in Chenmu's mind. He woke up in an instant, with a dazzling brilliance in his eyes. Object. I have objects. 1. Ha 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 ha, it's time for a wave of evolution. Come out, my mirror flower water moon beast. On Chenmu's right hand, a misty light flashed, and a long green-handled zanpakuto appeared in his hand. Holding the knife in one hand and the melon in the other, Chenmu raised his hands above his head. Then hit hard. Ding! The mirror fruit is used successfully. Close black lens bracket. Ding! Kyoka Suzuki's zanpakuto attributes have been changed. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the pleasant sound of the system prompt, Chenmu couldn't wait to put Jingwashueyu in front of him and looked at it carefully. Is less confusion, and more clarity, yes, ha 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 ha. Chenmu stood on the huge boulder, looking at the blade that reflected the surrounding scenery. He couldn't stop laughing. In this hot and dry place, Chenmu Xiao's throat was almost smoking, and he finally stopped laughing. After calming down his excitement a little, Chenmu, who was full of joy, embarked on this journey again. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it had been half a day since Chen Mu left. The sky outside had already entered the night, but the blazing island of flames still reflected the surrounding sky and sea in red. Everyone gathered in the restaurant and ate dinner with their own thoughts. Especially Nami, she crouched down on the dining table with guilt in her heart. The food in front of her did not move. Nami, don't worry, he is a person to rely on. Robin comforted Nami softly while drinking black tea. Nami replied weakly. Just as Luffy was about to sneak a shot and take the food in front of Nami, the sound of a whale chirped abruptly into everyone's ears. Nami raised her head suddenly, with a dazzling brilliance in her eyes. It's the whale. Uncle, he has reached the other side. Everyone hurriedly ran out, looking at the huge black shadow suddenly appearing beside the boat. A flash of excitement flashed in their eyes. Hey a whale. Usopp waved his hand and greeted happily. A whale . Chopper rolled his eyes with a smile and shouted imitatingly. Sanji on the side lit a cigarette with a face full of relief, and then faced the starry night sky, spit out a thick smoke ring, and said softly. What a worrying fellow. The people present were all jumping up and down with joy. I don't know if it was because I got the news that Chen Mu had completed the mission, or because I saw the partner, who was reunited after a long absence. At this moment, Zoro, who had already jumped on the watchtower, suddenly screamed and pointed at a tattered warship not far from Ajing. There are drowning people over there. The voices on the ship suddenly stopped, and Chi-Chi looked at Zoro at the top of the tower. Can you see who it is? Nami raised her head and asked cautiously. Hearing this, Zoro squinted his right eye slightly, then went to the island of flames next to him, saw the people who were lying on the board, and pondered, it's not marine. Then prepare to save people. Sanji flicked the cigarette in his hand and took Chopper straight to the dock on the basement floor. Before leaving, he specially told Frankie to open the dock gates quickly. In this way, several rescue boats bypassed the huge whale and sailed towards the victims in the distance. Chapter 63 Capture Squad. In the dark night with dark clouds covering the moon, the Sunny stopped quietly on the sea, with a huge black whale on the left, and an island of molten flames that provided them with light in the dark night on the right. Konk Hasad. In the sea not far from the Sunny, there is also a lifeboat floating. It was Mary 2, a 4-seater steamboat, controlled by Sanji. At the moment, on the Mary No. 2, the hull was several centimeters lower than usual, and the going speed was also much slower. Obviously, this 4-seater boat is not really only 4 people. At least at first glance, there are definitely more than 4 small, people's mountains, stacked on the back seat. After a difficult journey for a while, Mary 2 returned to the dock of the Sunny smoothly. And Usopp and Luffy had already slipped down the ladder in the center of the dock, waiting impatiently for Sanji to return. After the Mary 2 gradually came to a standstill, the two of Luffy rushed to the side of the boat without waiting for Sanji to jump off. Threw the comatose drowning people onto the shore. Other hand, jumped off Mary 2 with one hand, and smoothed the wrinkles on his suit after landing. Sanji frowned thoughtfully as he looked at the displaced people, wearing protective suits and carrying black square oxygen tanks behind them. But after seeing Luffy rudely removing the protective masks from everyone's heads, Sanji's eyes twitched and he silently walked to the side. Luffy, let me come. Chopper, who arrived at an unknown time, was standing beside Luffy with a worried look on his face. Ah, Chopper, ha, ha ha, come on then. Luffy sneered, and withdrew his right hand, which was holding the drowning man's eyelids, angrily. Usopp shook his head helplessly and sighed. This captain, after 2 years of growth, has become stronger, but this IQ. Hey, let's not talk about it. Just as the 3 of them squatted on the ground and took care of the drowning, careful, Sanji, who was behind them, calmly said. I'll go up and make a pot of fish soup first, and when they wake up, you can take them directly to the restaurant. Sanji, I want to eat meat with flesh. Luffy turned around with a smile on his face, and raised his right hand straight above his head. "No way." Sanji glared at Luffy angrily, and then said, "Didn't you just have dinner?" "Hey, did I eat just now?" Luffy ignored Sanji's growl and turned to ask Usopp. Usopp sighed and closed his eyes helplessly. And Sanji, since he was familiar with Luffy's cheating and eating method, stopped looking at Luffy and climbed the lawn deck directly along the stairs. After a while, the drowning people who had their one-piece protective suits pulled away by Luffy and others choked out a few mouthfuls of seawater one after another and gradually woke up. "From now on, I'll be Dr. Luffy, hee hee hee." Luffy wiped the sweat on his forehead, then put his hands on his hips and smiled confidently. "You just obeyed Chopper's arrangement and punched them in the stomach a few times." Usopp flashed over with an angry look on his face, raised his knife in his right hand, and slammed it hard on the back of Luffy's head. Immediately, there was a sound of dang, and Luffy's head, which was still full of laughter, also swayed back and forth, and the frequency was so fast that afterimages appeared. When Chopper, who felt it was very interesting, jumped up immediately, and while hitting the back of Luffy's head with his short hand, he laughed and imitated the sound of the crash just now. "Chopper, you don't want to learn." Usopp sighed again on his forehead. Just as the three of them were frolicking, the people wearing yellow vertical striped protective clothing stood up from the ground expressionlessly, and zipped up the zipper, allowing themselves to return to the protection of the protective clothing. "Oh, everyone is fine." Luffy glanced at the people who were gradually standing up, laughed and continued, "Come up with us, Sanji specially prepared delicious food for us." After speaking, Luffy's eyes lit up with a look of impatience. At this moment, a chee-chee sound of gas leaking sounded. Then, a yellowish mist floated up, and the curious Luffy and others sniffed and sucked in as much as possible. "Ah, so sleepy, want to sleep." "Sleep." Luffy's nostrils suddenly bubbled, and he fell down. On the other hand, Usopp covered his mouth and nose in shock, and said with great difficulty, "Yes. It's a hypnotic poison." Chi fell down before he had time to say it. Chopper fell into a coma before Luffy fell. The people covered in the one-piece protective suits stepped forward to check, and after confirming that Luffy and the others were really brought down by the hypnotic gas, they all walked to the entrance of the stairs. "Hee hee, it's really a good place." The leader looked up at the top of the stairs and waved to the people behind him. After receiving the signal, everyone nodded, took out a small metal ball from the pocket of the protective suit, pressed the button at the top, and threw it towards the exit on the stairs. "Hee hee, fortunately, the master gave us a powerful hypnotic bomb in advance, otherwise the arrest plan this time, I am afraid it will fail directly." After waiting for a while, the arresting team in protective suits climbed the stairs one after another and appeared on the lawn deck. Frankie and Brooke lay on their backs on the lawn, while Nami leaned on the main mast and fell asleep with her head tilted. On a white aristocratic chair near the stairs on the second floor, Robin, who was wearing a dark green dress, also fell into a drowsiness with his head down. On his fair and slender thighs, there was a book he was about to read. The gas team looked at the open wooden door of the kitchen on the second floor and walked straight to the stairs leading to the second floor. A while of kick, 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 footsteps, everyone walked into the kitchen and saw Zoro lying on the sofa and sleeping soundly, and Sanji, who passed out beside him. There was a broken plate and gradually melting ice cream. Jinbei was lying on the dining table without any image, with his hands on his stomach, sleeping very peacefully. Everyone stepped forward, gently pushed Zoro and the others, and after confirming that they were also in a state of drowsiness, they looked at the leader at the door. "Since our ship was destroyed by the sudden appearance of the Sea King, then drive this pirate ship and return to life." "Yes," the crowd responded. Just as everyone walked out of the kitchen and prepared to go to the bow to take the helm, a low whale chirping sounded, and everyone quickly looked back. I saw the hill-like Sea Kings suddenly appear in the stern, and those huge eyes stared at them without blinking. The crowd was shocked. I can't wait to see Chen Emus, a whale, but I can't wait for everyone to set off, and I have to abandon everyone and go alone. In a hurry, it quickly dived to the bottom of the sea, and then emerged from the stern of the Sunny. Its idea is clear. If you don't go, then I will push you to go. Then, it was the scene where everyone saw a whale appearing at the stern of the boat. The impatient whale could ignore these strangers that suddenly appeared, and sank his head directly into the sea. The people on the boat lost their balance and fell to the ground one after another. Quick, inform the master, we need rescue. Where's the phone bug? Who's there? Take it out. Yeah, hurry up and ask for help, or this terrifying black whale will knock the ship apart again. Everyone who was lying on the ground trembling, quarreled with your words and my words. The whale, who was happily flying, was swimming around the edge of the island with joy, and by circling, he sent himself and the Sunny to the other side of the island and sent it to Chen Emu's hand. This giant whale, which can communicate with Chen Emu's mind, suddenly became alive. Hee, I really am the smartest one in our group. Thinking of seeing Chen Mu again soon, the cute whale smiled happily. Chapter 64 Researcher in White, Bear. On the other side of Punk Hassad, a figure in yellow sat on the shore where the fire was shining, and behind him was a huge whirlwind that connected to the sky, filled with crimson flames. Coast. Chen Mu sat on the shore with a sleepy face, with the red combat boots beside him, and rolled up the yellow trouser legs to the knees, and the slightly white calf with a hint of healthy wheat color. Reaching into the sea in front of him. Chen Mu, who was soaking his feet on the shore, squinted his eyes comfortably, and muttered to himself, I finally have time to soak my feet in earnest. Then he took a deep breath and sighed, I just lack a partner to chat with. After he finished speaking, he laughed at himself again, and said in a low tone, when the evening comes, the conversation will increase. This is a problem. It needs to be corrected. Chen Mu shook his head amusingly, abandoned the distracting thoughts in his heart, and lay down on his back. Time passed slowly, and Chen Mu, who had been soaking for some time, suddenly stood up and sat up straight. Slightly bored, he glanced left and right, picked up a stone that exuded a fiery breath, and threw it into the darkness beyond the range shrouded in fire. I saw the slightly reddish stone that quickly crossed the night sky and disappeared into the night. Seeing the stone disappearing into the darkness, Chen Mu sighed leisurely, looked at the sparkling water, and said a little impatiently. Hey, why is Ah Jing so slow? It's so boring. Afterwards, Chen Mu lifted his slightly whitish feet from the sea, shook off the water stains on his legs, and changed his posture again. Chen Mui opened his eyes, looked at the starless night sky, pouted, and said. I finally called Ah Jing out once, but I didn't expect it to catch up with the rain tomorrow, hey. It's not going well, it's not going well. After that, he laughed at Isho again. During the boring waiting, Chen Emu's thoughts drifted away. In the past, when it was so hot, I would hide in the air-conditioned room and eat watermelon, and there was a very good Wi-Fi by my side. Today, there is only this endless sea of water, and that monstrous flame. Chen Emu's thoughts drifted farther and farther, his eyelids gradually became heavy, and he whispered softly in his mouth. I'm tired, let's sleep for a while. After speaking, Chen Mu closed his tired eyes and fell asleep. On the other side, Ah Jing happily pushed the Sunny and quickly approached Chen Emu's position. Because of the speed, the mainsail on the Sunny with the straw hat's skull painted on it remained inflated all the way under the strong wind. Ellipsis. After a long time, Chen Mu, who was sleeping, was suddenly awakened by cold water. Seeing Chen Mu sitting up in shock, Ah Jing let out a happy cry. The huge body swayed like a joy, and the two fins slapped countless waves and splashed up. Chen Mu turned his head sluggishly and looked at the giant whale swaying with a fat body, his expression gradually becoming speechless. A whale, don't shake it, I'm about to be scalded. Chen Emu's facial muscles twitched as he said with black lines all over his head. After he finished speaking, He reached out and wiped his face to wipe the seawater that kept sliding down. VV's face disappeared. Chen Mu slowly exhaled, and beckoned to Ah Jing, signaling it to sink a little. It was at this moment that Chen Mu was stunned for a moment. A flash of light flashed in his mind, and he always felt that something strange had been missed by him. Immediately frowned and lowered his head, he began to think. What am I forgetting? But I always feel like it doesn't really matter. After thinking hard for a long time, Chen Mu, who was still clueless, immediately gave up thinking and stopped struggling. He waved his hand at Ah Jing, who was still sinking, indicating that it was all right. Then, with a slight jump, he jumped onto Ah Whale's back. Someone seems to have forgotten that he was awakened by cold water, and he completely forgot that there is no low-temperature sea water in the surrounding sea area. This is just a small episode. Chen Mu didn't find it, so that Ah Jing would not feel guilty at that time. On the other side, Akainu and Smoker, alone on a warship, came to a small steel island. When the warship sailed smoothly into the printed Seve. After the steel dock, Akainu's eyes sank slightly, and he glanced left and right, making a rough estimate. There are at least 50 such steel docks with automatic docking technology. Cursory glance, Akainu jumped straight off the bow, followed by Smoker. The two landed one after another and stepped on the slightly soft steel plate, but there was no sound. The well-informed Akainu frowned slightly, looked at the metal floor under his feet, and secretly wondered, this is Wapo metal. Akainu was stunned for a moment, then rolled over with his right foot with a serious expression, and found that the metal floor had indeed changed shape when he exerted force. But not long after he unloaded his strength, the sunken metal floor, the soles of his shoes, slowly returned to its original flat appearance. Akainu snorted softly, and said indifferently, as expected of the world's top scientist, hee, what a luxury. Smoker, who didn't know what to do, frowned and glanced at Akainu's back, thinking secretly in his heart. Just as the two were looking at the island of steel, the tyrant bear in a white coat, walking at a steady pace, slowly stopped in front of the two. Akainu frowned imperceptibly, quietly looking at the white-robed bear in front of him. After slowly stopping, PX0 pacifist, with a white light in his eyes, scanned the two of them back and forth, and said stiffly. The doctor is experimenting, let you go to the test valley. The mechanical voice of the big bear entered the ears of the two at a uniform and slow speed. Smoker raised his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth curled into a contemptuous arc, and sneered, this is the former Revolutionary Army, Bartholomew Bear. Afterwards, he slowly crossed Akainu and slammed his elbow on the bear's arm, scorning Isho, saying, although I used to be a pirate, after the transformation, I'm still quite honest, hee. PX0 Bear was completely unmoved by Smoker's actions, his eyes still looking straight ahead. Akainu glanced at Smoker, and said lightly to the bear with a serious face. Lead the way. As soon as Akainu finished speaking, Shang suddenly turned his head 90 degrees, opened his mouth mechanically, and said word by word. Follow me, ___. After speaking, the body shrouded in the white coat turned 90 degrees abruptly, and then took a stiff step towards the steel giant on the right. Akainu followed with an expressionless face. And Smoker suddenly frowned, a feeling of unease welling up in his heart. But seeing Akainu's retreating back, he gritted his teeth and followed quickly. Ellipsis. After a while, the two of Akainu, following in the footsteps of the bear, came to this steel mountain. The white-clothed bear stopped instantly and said to the giant steel door in front of him, PX0, request a scan. As soon as the voice fell, there was a sudden sound of mechanical rotation. Then, 3 light beams of red, yellow and green shot out from the central eye of the giant gate and shone at the white bear standing upright. The tricolor beam scanned the bear from top to bottom, then moved back, locking onto Akainu and Smoker behind him. Another scan. Ding, confirm the friendly army, allow to pass. Close black lens bracket. A mechanical sound came from the central eye of the giant gate. 65th The smoker turns into a madman, and fights against Akainu. As the giant door began to pull toward both sides, the ground trembled slightly. The two of Akainu were startled by the sudden tremor. There was a flash of panic in the eyes of the two, and they quickly stabilized their minds, and the expression on their faces returned to that calm look again. The completely remodeled bear did not appear as panicked as the two behind him, and was still staring blankly ahead. On his gleaming white glasses, he could vaguely see some strange characters suddenly appearing on them. Akainu, who were behind him, naturally did not notice the change in the white-clothed bear. As the door gradually opened, the corners of Akainu's mouth were slowly raised, and there was a faint flash of light in his eyes. Boom! With a loud bang, this giant alloy door, which is comparable to the size of the Door of Justice, is so tightly embedded into the steel mountains on both sides. The earth also stopped shaking. The warning signs in Smoker's heart were getting stronger and stronger, and he silently pulled 10 hands out of his back and held them in his hands. At this moment, the white-clothed bear sounded mechanically again. Go, inside, in, there, you, want, east, west. After that, the white-robed bear turned around stiffly and walked away in the direction it came from. Akainu's breathing gradually became faster, and he said in a slightly excited tone, "Go, come in with me." After speaking, he strode towards the giant gate. Smoker frowned, watching Akainu gradually disappearing into the door, and after a few seconds of hesitation, he stepped forward. Akainu stepped into the door and was irradiated by the sudden strong white light, and hurriedly raised his hand to block it. After a few seconds, the strong white beam disappeared, and a square hole about half a meter wide suddenly appeared on the steel floor in front of Akainu. A cylindrical nutrition chamber filled with green liquid slowly rises from the hole. After a few seconds, the transparent nutrient bin stopped rising. Akainu's eyes narrowed, and through the glass of the nutrition warehouse, he saw a steel arm slowly rising and falling. This steel arm, although it is also steel, is different from other bulky robotic arms. Not only does it have perfect muscle lines, but also special gold and copper pieces are attached to the elbows, wrists, and even the phalanges. Although Akainu doesn't know the function of these golden iron pieces, but in the style of Vegapunk, he will definitely not do useless work. Just as Akainu scrutinized the perfect gauntlet, a red spherical object, like red lightning, shot towards him at a high speed. The blink of an eye, he was close to Akainu's face. However, Akainu is a marine Zeon who has experienced battles. How can he be easily hit? I saw that his eyes were slightly condensed, and he tilted his head calmly. With this slight difference, dangerously avoided this swift blow. With a soft sound of, the red flames flew past Akainu's ears. But this red electric light still maintains its lightning-fast speed, rushing towards the person behind. When Smoker set foot on the giant gate, he also had observation haki, and a warning sign quickly appeared in his heart. But before he could take a defensive posture, a dazzling white light shrouded his figure in an instant. Out of a subconscious reaction, Smoker chose to block his left hand in front of his eyes. It was this subconscious action that caused him to fail to spot the red lightning immediately. This lightning-fast red ball arrived in an instant. Instantly bumped into Smoker's raised left arm. With a flick, the ball exploded instantly, turning into a red mist, shrouding Smoker inside. Akainu had already turned around, staring at Smoker without blinking. Seeing that he was enveloped in the red mist, Akainu's expression was still calm, and he didn't even frown. Because from the beginning, his observation haki noticed that there was no lethality on this strange red ball. However, out of instinct, he still chose to avoid it. After all, no one likes to be smashed, especially unknown things. In this huge laboratory wrapped in steel, a cloud of red mist is dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Be precise, it was absorbed by the figure. Akainu naturally noticed the dissipation of the red fog. But he thinks it's just a nasty trick of some scientist. After all, this top scientist was forcibly captured by their marine, and there was some resistance in his heart, which was inevitable. Vice Admiral of a branch, so let him relieve the anger in his heart. Akainu here, Vivi's mouth curled up, he turned around indifferently, and took out the robotic arm that was like a work of art. However, just as Akainu turned around, an extremely low growl sounded from behind him. Akainu's heart trembled, he turned around suddenly, and looked at the figure with a dangerous aura all over his body. Roar tilde tilde. Smoker roared again, the veins on his neck burst out, and he raised his head a little stiffly and looked at Akainu not far away. Akainu was stared at by Smoker's blood-colored eyes, his whole body froze, and an extremely dangerous aura shrouded his heart. Smoker, who was full of manic breath, didn't realize that his state was wrong. At this moment, he just wanted to release the killing desire in his heart to his heart's content. There is a living prey here. I saw Smoker slowly grin at Akainu. Then the body exploded, and a cloud of incomparably thick white smoke was scattered. Afterwards, the outer layer of the white puff of smoke, at an extremely fast speed, condensed one huge fist after another, and hurriedly bombarded Akainu, who was in a daze. Although Akainu lost part of his vitality and strength in the battle 2 years ago. But he, still Marine's Admiral, is still one of Marine's top combat powers. An instant, Akainu, who had a dignified expression, quickly turned his left arm into lava, and slammed his fists against the countless white smoke that rushed towards him. At the same time, there was a roar in his mouth. Big breath, fire. I saw layers of flames instantly appeared on the thick smoke billowing left arm, like a whirlwind of flames, slowly rotating and expanding in the direction of the white smoke. In the end, it turned into a giant lava fist nearly 100 meters in size, slamming into the white fist that kept hitting. For a while, the sound of roaring was incessant. And the giant lava fist, wherever it passed, the white smoke was blasted away. But soon, it condensed in the sky, turned into countless fists of white smoke, and bombarded Akainu below. Akainu looked up, frowned, and said impatiently, "It's not over, isn't it?" After he finished speaking, he raised his left arm and shouted angrily. Blast! In an instant, this huge lava fist exploded, turning into countless flaming fireballs, facing the white fist that kept falling. Chapter 66 Smoker's Coma, Akainu's Doubts. Bang, bang, bang. There was a low muffled sound in the air. Cloud landscape, intertwined by raging flames and white smoke kept unfolding in midair, and then smashed away by endless white fists and flaming fireballs, repeating constantly. Akainu below, frowned tightly, looking at the smoke and fire clouds that kept exploding in the air, couldn't help thinking. 2 years ago, he was still an inconspicuous colonel. After taking the initiative to apply for transfer from the headquarters, he was promoted to Vice Admiral's Smoker. He actually has such strength. It's unbelievable. Thinking of this, Akainu's eyes gradually narrowed, his eyes flashed fiercely, he snorted, and said, "Smoker, if you don't have any other skills, then the guilt of your attacking your superiors will be decided by me personally." After saying that, Akainu's feet turned into flowing lava, collided with the ground under his feet, and flew straight to the puff of smoke in midair. In midair, there was still a collision of smoke and fire. At this time, Smoker scattered into a huge cloud of smoke, hovering at the top of the laboratory, and did not respond to Akainu, who was rushing towards him. 20 meters in the air, the fire group and the smoke fist confronted again, and the white smoke cloud and the exploded fire cloud also condensed into a two-color dividing line that spanned the entire laboratory. I saw Akainu spewing flames from his lower body, slammed into the flame cloud, and then in less than a second, he crashed out of the white smoke layer, and shot straight at the white smoke at the top of the laboratory. Akainu, who forcibly dashed in, pulled away the lava on his left arm, and the bulging muscles in his arm tightened the sleeves of his red suit. He shouted again in his mouth, "The following crime is enough for you to be buried under absolute justice." Die. Fell. Akainu's left fist, which was fully charged, slammed directly on the surface of the white smoke. Bang! A muffled sound. White puff only lasted for 2 seconds under Akainu's fist, which contained the high-armament hockey. Then it exploded. Looking at the floating smoke, Akainu's figure slowly fell, and Vivi gasped heavily in his mouth. Akainu, who was immersed in shock, did not notice that a particularly thin white smoke was being slowly inhaled from his nostrils. After falling for a few seconds, the molten flames flowing from Akainu's lower body converged, turned into normal feet, and slowly stepped on the steel ground. At this time, Akainu, who frowned, was still in deep thought. The touch just now must be armament hardening. Although it is very weak, the feeling of being as hard as iron can never be wrong. It is armament hockey. Akainu is in shock. The face of a high-level hockey user like Akainu, Smoker turned into an element, just to increase the area of his beating. However, he was able to attach hockey to his smoky body. This is incredible. After all, the Logia fruit is a bug-level existence, if hockey can be added to the elementalization. Those who specialize in hockey, unless they are stronger than each other in hockey, otherwise it is difficult to win. Akainu stood in the center of the laboratory with such a dignified expression, and fell into deep thought. And the smoke floating in the air gradually gathered towards the ground, slowly returning to the shape of a smoker. It's just that now his eyes are tightly closed, and his pale face is full of pain. There were various degrees of cracks all over the body. Smoker just lay down behind Akainu, so angry. On the other side, in a darkened steel room, Vegapunk, wearing a white research uniform, was staring at the large screen in front of him with interest. Akainu frowning and contemplating playing on the screen. I saw him half lying on the soft swivel chair, and his feet under the wide white robe rested directly on the steel table in front of him. Hee, the effect of this potion seems to be more valuable to Logia. Vegapunk chuckled. Afterwards, his smile faded, and he said to PX0 behind him, "Go, throw that guy named Smoker into the number 1 nutrition compartment." After receiving the order, the bear wearing the same scientific research coat turned around, pushed the door and walked out. The bear who pushed out the door walked towards a 5-story staircase placed on the left. After stepping on the stairs, there is a circular platform with a diameter of about 10 meters. In the center of the platform, there is a soft noble chair, behind which there are 5 blue columns with a diameter of 1 meter and a height of about half a meter, which in turn surround the noble chair with a red bottom and a gold edge. Note: the blue stone is a hard sea stone. As for why, the white-robed bear took a stiff step towards one of the pillar stone platforms. When he completely stood on the stone platform, dense green characters began to appear on the pure white glasses that were half covered by the brim of the spotted bear's ear hat. Ding! The command is confirmed successfully. It starts to rise and fall after 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. With a boom, the entire platform descended instantly, leaving only a circular opening 10 meters in diameter, and the cold wind kept blowing up from below. After 10 seconds of downhill, the steel platform was smoothly embedded on the steps of the outer layer of the test chamber, and it fit perfectly. The bear in white took another step and walked down the steel steps. Then, go straight to the giant portal ahead. This time, however, there was no 3-color beam scan, but the giant door was opened directly. A circular arch in the lower left corner, just big enough for the bear to pass through. When the small door was fully opened, the small font on the white bear's glasses was hidden once again. However, as soon as the white-clothed bear stepped through the arch, it fell directly downwards and landed in front of the huge iron door of the laboratory. That's right, the location of the circular arch is in the upper part of the huge iron gate, but ordinary people can't pass through it. This is Vegapunk, made by a 500-year-old wisdom beyond human beings. Closer to home. The bear in white fell on the ground, turned around and walked towards the giant gate. Strange characters flashed on the glasses again. Obviously, he is planning to go through the back door again. An identical circular arch opened again, and the bear in white stepped into it. After a while, hearing light footsteps behind him, Akainu stopped thinking and turned around. It's you. Akainu glanced at the white bear in surprise. And Akainu's words are obviously not the correct order. I saw the white-robed bear walking towards the unconscious smoker, and then put the chapped, blood-covered burly man on his shoulders with both hands, and was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, strange characters flashed rapidly again on his pure white glasses. Akainu was going to step forward to stop the bear, but just saw his figure and stopped abruptly. For a while, he froze in place. Just when the atmosphere was a little awkward, the white-clothed bear's mechanical voice entered Akainu's ears word by word. Hand, arm, finished. Wait. After saying that, he walked to the door without looking back. Akainu frowned, resisting the displeasure in his heart, looking at Shang's tall back and said, How long will it take? This time, the white-clothed bear did not answer him, and walked towards the door with a stiff and even pace. Just when Akainu's anger was about to reach its peak, the figure of the bear stopped again. I saw that he slowly raised his left hand, and the index finger with the white glove stretched out very slowly and pointed upwards. Seeing this, Akainu was stunned for a moment, and asked in a daze, One day. However, this time, the bear in white did not pause again, leaving only Akainu's back that gradually disappeared from sight. At the same time, a transparent light screen with a length and width of 2 meters appeared on the top of Akainu's head, with green numbers beating on it. If he raised his head, he would understand what the bear's finger meant. Chapter 67 New Skills, Mirror Clones. Akainu, who thought he understood the meaning of a bear, sat down with his arms folded. Started a one-day sit-in waiting. On the other side, the fire-filled Punk Hasad. Chen Yu squatted on Ah Jing's back, and gently stroked it with his right hand, and the excited Ah Jing calmed down with enjoyment. After a short while, Chen Yu shook his head and chuckled as he walked up on the huge back of the giant whale. As Chen Yu walked slowly, the black pirate flag floating on the mast of the Sunny gradually appeared in sight. Chen Mu's footsteps also sped up a bit. A few seconds later, Chen Yu finally came to the edge of the giant back and saw the whole picture of the Sunny below. Looking at the familiar sails and green lawn, and the figure in yellow gradually rising from the ground, the smile on Chen Mu's face froze, and his eyes slowly stared at those people. This yellow protective suit looks familiar. Chen Mu thought for a few seconds, then suddenly stunned, he shook his head mockingly, thinking. If you want to do that, go down and ask if you don't know. Soon as the thought fell, Chen Mu took a step forward, and with one foot, stepping in the air, he fell straight down. In the process of falling, the upper right brilliance flashed, and a slender blade suddenly appeared in his hand. It's just that the shape of the handle is quite weird. The green silk rope wrapped around the handle is gone, replaced by a piece of transparent and clear color, like countless tiny diamond-shaped mirrors, arranged and fitted on the upper handle. At that time, Chen Yu was also shocked by the strange hilt. But after holding the feeling in his hand and discovering that it was different from the past, Chen Yu didn't bother to think about it. After 2 seconds of falling, Chen Yu landed on the bow smoothly. Glancing at Robin and the others who were unconscious on the lawn, Chen Yu Vivi was taken aback. Then he locked his gaze on the group of strangers who swayed up, and said lightly. Everyone need help. There were still some drowsy people in their heads, but they didn't respond for a while. One of them, holding the guardrail on the second floor with one hand, waved in the direction of Chen Yu with the other, and said in a difficult tone. It's okay, I can do it myself. Hearing that the person on the other side rejected him so bluntly, Chen Yu was also startled by Vivi. Then the expression on his face gradually became weird, and he spread his hands and said, "Well, that's fine." After speaking, Chen Yu just sat down as if nothing had happened, quietly admiring the scene of everyone's seasickness. At the same time, I could not help but sigh in my heart. Watching others get seasick, there is an inexplicable pleasure. As time went by, everyone who gradually woke up seemed to have noticed something was wrong. The direction from which the sound came seems a little far. Moreover, that direction seems to be the bow of the ship they are going and not going. The leader, who was the first to figure out the key among them, his whole body exploded with chills. He turned his head abruptly, and looked at Chen Yu, who was at the bow of the boat. "Hi Tilda," Chen Yu waved his hand with a smile on his face. The leader, Empress Kang, took a step back, then instinctively took out a flintlock pistol from her waist and pulled the trigger at Chen Yu. Bang bang, 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 black bullets shot towards Chen Yu at the bow, one after another. Chen Yu raised his brows, reached out his hand without hesitation, and directly exploded the 2 bullets that had been fired. The bullet was instantly exploded by Chen Yu, blasting out a thick cloud of yellow-green fog, shrouding Chen Mu's figure in it. Chen Yu, who was in the thick fog, snorted lightly and inhaled a trace of the fog. Suddenly, I only felt my head swell, and a strong sense of dizziness appeared in my mind. Hypnosis. Hypnotic gas. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yu turned his head and fell asleep. The yellow fog gradually dissipated, and when everyone saw the figure lying down on his back, he breathed a sigh of relief. The leader still patted his chest with lingering fears and said, "Fortunately, this guy is not very smart." "Oh, is it?" A light laughter was suddenly uploaded from the top of everyone's heads. Everyone was startled, and quickly turned around and looked up at the roof behind them. I saw Chen Yu standing on the flat roof on the 2nd floor with a strange expression, raised his eyebrows at everyone who looked up at him, chuckled lightly, and said, "Well, don't stop, keep talking." For a time, everyone hurriedly leaned against each other, and even their breathing became slow. The leader was even more startled, and hurriedly looked back. I saw the comatose figure, still lying quietly on the bow of the boat, listened carefully, and could hear the man's smooth breathing. This, the leader opened his mouth wide, for a long time, and it didn't come out of nowhere. Chen Yu put away his playfulness, supported the flat-roofed guardrail on the 2nd floor, and jumped gently to the front of the crowd. Then, the palm of his left hand turned into a knife, knocking everyone unconscious one by one with a sudden thunderbolt. Looking at the people who were completely unconscious, Chen Yu slowly raised his little finger on the right hand holding the knife, and then lightly touched the handle of the knife. In an instant, a misty white light flashed. Chen Yu, who had fallen asleep on the bow, also disappeared from sight in an instant. Chen Yu nodded with satisfaction, then jumped lightly and jumped back to Ajing's back. His tone was flat. "Wake them up." Ajing let out a cheerful cry, then opened the giant mouth, poured a mouthful of seawater, and spit it out at the 4 people on the lawn. Seeing this scene, Chen Yu couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth, and complained, "So that's how I woke up." I saw the big mouth of the whale, and a small waterfall washed down directly against the Sunny. The Sunny, hit by the huge waves, suddenly shook violently. The 4 people lying on the lawn were directly drenched by the icy seawater, especially Nami and Robin. After being wet by the seawater, their dresses became more fitted. Such benefits made someone's eyes straight, and couldn't help sighing. It's a picturesque beauty. After speaking, Chen Yu subconsciously wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. The 4 people who were awakened by the icy cold seawater, propped up the lawn deck with their hands, and slowly sat up. Nami covered her drowsy head and snorted, saying, "My head is so dizzy." After speaking, he slowly opened those beautiful eyes. Then he turned his head, looked at Robin, who was sitting up slowly beside him, lightly supported her shoulder, and asked softly, "Robin, are you all right?" Robin slowly opened his eyes and shook his head at Nami. I'm fine. After finishing speaking, Robin and Nami turned their heads at the same time and looked at the huge black shadow beside the boat. And that Chen Mu, who was lying on top of it, staring at the two of them for a while. Uncle! Nami screamed in surprise and waved at Chen Mu, who was on Ah Jing's back. The pair of big white breasts also jumped violently. Chen Mu's eyes, which were like copper bells, instantly flashed a green light like a hungry wolf. Seeing this, Robin covered his mouth and chuckled. Hearing Robin's chuckle, Chen Mu forced himself to look away and looked at Brooke behind the second daughter. A righteous face, he shouted, "Brooke, what are you doing?" Nami and Robin also turned their heads back instantly, and looked at Brooke, who had his face on the lawn and his hips raised high. Nami's forehead was instantly covered with black lines, and the right fist with blue veins that she raised silently, smashed it hard. With a bang, a steaming, neat bun grew out of Brooke's forehead. Chapter 68 Vegapunk's Helplessness. Sunny, lawn deck. Brooke, who had a neat bun on his head, sat quietly in a row with everyone, looking at Nami's back honestly. And another girl on the boat, Sister Robin. At this moment, he is sitting demurely on the armchair of the main mast, looking at Nami with a peaceful face. Nami looked at the mountain of people, randomly stacked in front of her with a contemplative look on her face. For a time, the atmosphere on the ship was extremely quiet. However, this brief calm did not last long. Seeing Nami with frowning eyebrows, she stopped thinking and asked Chen Mu with a serious face in front of her. "Uncle, are you saying that these guys in protective suits used hypnotic gas to bring down our whole boat?" Chen Mu thought for a while, and said hesitantly, "It's not like it's all down." Then he pointed at Zoro, who looked arrogant, and said, "At least he was drunk by himself. If you don't believe me, smell it. He still has the scent of wine on his body." Seeing Chen Mu revealing the fact that he was drunk, the blue veins on Zoro's forehead suddenly jumped up, and he refuted in a hurry. "You are talking nonsense." Facing the angry Zoro, Chen Mu spread his hands to Nami innocently. "Look at his guilty conscience." "Don't look at it, just listening to Zoro's frantic voice, Nami has already confirmed the truth." Immediately, he sighed helplessly, rubbed his temples, and continued to ask, "What about Sanji and Jinbei, are they both drunk?" Nami continued to ask. After all, this was a matter of safety for the entire boat, and she had to take it seriously. This kind of thing should have been asked by the captain, but who made their captain Luffy? Thinking of that rough captain, Nami couldn't help feeling even more tired. Looking at Nami, who was sighing, although a trace of doubt flashed in Chen Mu's eyes, he didn't think too much and replied directly. "That's not true. Sanji should have been dazed. As for Jinbei..." After speaking, Chen Mu looked at Jinbei thoughtfully. Jinbei, whose expression suddenly stiffened, Chen Mu frowned and hesitated for a while, then said somewhat uncertainly, "It must have been stunned by the hypnotic gas. After all, there is still some paralyzing gas mixed in the gas." Seeing this, Jinbei let out a sigh of relief and quietly took 2 steps to the side. The small movements of the person beside him naturally did not hide from Zoro's eyes. In response, Zoro just glanced at Jinbei lightly, snorted arrogantly, and didn't say anything more. Hearing Chen Mu's answer, Nami nodded thoughtfully, and lowered her head again to think. Seeing that Nami was lost in thought, Chen Mu didn't bother. He walked towards Robin under the main mast and sat down slowly beside him. Robin is just VV-isho about it, and not much. Just when the atmosphere on the ship became extremely delicate, Luffy, with a contemplative look on his face, suddenly stood up from Brooke's side and walked in Nami's direction. Hearing the footsteps, Nami Vivi turned her head, looked at Luffy, who looked like a thinker, and said in surprise, "Luffy." But before Nami's words were finished, Luffy walked past her and walked towards the unconscious gas team. Everyone Vivi was stunned, wondering what Luffy was going to do at this time. Just when everyone looked puzzled, Luffy squatted down and began to grope on the protective suit with both hands. Nami became even more curious and asked directly, "Luffy, what are you looking for?" Luffy kept moving his hands and replied without turning his head, "I smell the meat." Meat. The confusion on Nami's face deepened. "Ha ha ha ha, found it." Luffy laughed happily, took out a metal ball from the protective suit in front of him, then turned around with a smile on his face, and showed it to everyone. "That's it, the smell of meat." After speaking, Luffy directly stretched out his other hand, pressed the button on the top of the ball, and pressed it down. "Hey tilde 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 tilde." With the sound of gas leaking, the yellow-green weapon visible to the naked eye instantly overflowed from the small hole on the side of the metal sphere. Everyone's expressions changed, and they squeezed their noses. Nami hurriedly held her breath, took out the modified weather stick from behind, quickly assembled it into a long stick, and swung heavily at the metal ball in Luffy's hand. With a sound of "dang," the metal ball flew away and fell into the distance. "Ah, my meat," Luffy exclaimed. Afterwards, he covered his right shoulder with his left hand, and he was about to stretch out his right hand that had been charged. It's just that before he can finish his action, his eyes suddenly become black. I saw Nami, who had blue veins on her forehead violently, smashing her tightly clenched right hand. Bang, bang. After the two muffled noises, Luffy, with two steaming big bags on his head, with an honest look on his face, sat down on his knees behind Nami. Seeing this, Chen Vivi was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but chuckle. Usopp, on the other hand, hurriedly took off his hat and fanned the yellow-green weapon floating in the sky. ... After a while, with the efforts of Usopp's fanning and blowing, the hypnotic gas that leaked little was completely dispersed in the air. Or rather, Luffy, who was sniffing hard, sucked in. Seeing the fog disappear, everyone let out a sigh of relief, and then took a deep breath. Watching the end of the farce, Chen shook his head amusedly. Then his eyes narrowed and he looked at Jinghua Shuiyu under his left palm, only to see fine black words slowly appearing in front of his eyes. Change Jinghua Shuiyu. It has been fruited. Close black lens bracket. Skill Effect 1. Reenact any fruit ability. The ability of the re-engraved fruit will exist permanently, and the user can replace the effect at any time. Skill Effect 2. Two kinds of fruit abilities can be added to the blade at the same time. Close black lens bracket. Skill Effect 3. Mirror Clone. Mirror Clone Level 1. The clone has the strength of 10% of the host, and it is integrated into the combat power standard of the pirate world. Close black lens bracket. Note: One Piece World Combat Power Standard, Fruit, Hockey, Fighting Technique. After reading the skill introduction, the confusion in Chen Mu's heart suddenly dissipated, and he muttered to himself. I just said, the mere hypnotic gas, how could it possibly bring down my clone? It turned out to be the Saitama Constitution resistance that was eliminated. Although this mirror image only has 1% of the strength, it is based on the original strength. That is to say, Chen Muyuan's strength is level 1000, and his mirror image clone is level 100. As for the dark reduction of the level affected by seasickness after boarding the ship, it will not be counted. Moreover, Chen Mu also discovered a special feature. Although the avatar's strength is relatively weak, only a strength of about 1 billion, but he is not seasick. That's right, this is the secret that Chen Mu discovered when he manipulated the clone. You must know that the clone only copies the body and cannot copy other things, including weapons and props. But even so, Chen Mu was quite satisfied. Because in normal times, even with the effect of Jinghua Shuiyu turned on, there is no nausea and vomiting of seasickness, but the decline in strength is too obvious, which causes him to have a feeling of body being hollowed out. This is very uncomfortable for a man. But now, he just needs to let the main body hold Jinghua Shuiyu, and then lie down in a safe place, then he can control the clone at will. After all, the mirror clone is basically no different from the main body except for its strength. The key is the feeling of hollowing out, which is gone. Chen knew, from now on, he can straighten his back and be a man. However, he can also be completely nonsense. After all, the current Kyoka Suzuki's Zanpakudo is also a devil fruit ability sword. Seawater and seastone will still affect its abilities. But overall, the pros outweigh the cons. And the other side. On an island of technology surrounded by steel, Akainu was sitting with his eyes closed in the huge steel laboratory, with green numbers beating on the huge screen above his head. Open black lens bracket 459, 58, 57. Close black lens bracket. A neat 5-minute countdown, but someone doesn't know how to look up. Time passed minute by minute. 5 minutes later, a small red button popped out abruptly under the cylindrical nutrition bin on the left side of Akainu, but Akainu was just on the other side and couldn't find the anomaly. Our quiet and handsome man, Akainu Admiral, was still sitting with his eyes closed, as if he did not move. 1 hour later, Akainu still closed his eyes and looked indifferent. 5 hours later, Akainu still closed his eyes, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. After 12 hours, Akainu woke up and started walking around the room, occasionally admiring the perfect iron arms that floated up and down in the green nutrient solution. Finally, when the 23rd hour was about to pass, Akainu finally looked up and saw the light screen above his head, which was still green with numbers. Open black lens bracket 000 close black lens bracket __. Akainu frowned and gave a confused look. After a brief thought for 2 seconds, he looked away again and continued his walking journey. Of course, at this time, he was already in a somewhat impatient mood, and more often, he circled around the nutrition warehouse. Finally, a day has passed. Akainu stood in front of the nutrition warehouse with a look of anticipation, waiting quietly for the transparent door to open. Another 5 minutes passed. The smile on Akainu's face disappeared, and the corners of his eyes began to twitch. Another 5 minutes passed quietly. At this time, Akainu, like an ant on a hot pan, was extremely tormented, but he still controlled his irritable temper and did not smash his clenched left fist towards the nutrition bin. Half an hour later, Akainu stared grimly at the nutrition warehouse, bloodshot eyes in his eyes, and a grinning look, like a beast that devoured people. Just when Akainu was about to smash that violently trembling left arm into the nutrition bin, there was a rather helpless sigh above his head. Hey, PX0 Bear makes you look up at the time, and you think you can just wait a day. Pause, he said again. Now, the time is enough, but the device is not turned on, can't you think about what the problem is? The anger on Akainu's face dissipated, and he said with some uncertainty, Vegapunk. Doctor. The 360-degree empty valley surround sound resounded throughout the laboratory again. Hey, don't care who I am, look down and see if there is another red button at your feet. Fell, Akainu hurriedly squatted down. Open black lens bracket 459, 58, 57. Close black lens bracket. A neat 5-minute countdown, but someone doesn't know how to look up. Time passed minute by minute. 5 minutes later, a small red button popped out abruptly under the cylindrical nutrition bin on the left side of Akainu, but Akainu was just on the other side and couldn't find the anomaly. Our quiet and handsome man, Akainu Admiral, was still sitting with his eyes closed, as if he did not move. 1 hour later, Akainu still closed his eyes and looked indifferent. 5 hours later, Akainu still closed his eyes, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. After 12 hours, Akainu woke up and started walking around the room, occasionally admiring the perfect iron arms that floated up and down in the green nutrient solution. Finally, when the 23rd hour was about to pass, Akainu finally looked up and saw the light screen above his head, which was still green with numbers. Open black lens bracket 000 close black lens bracket __. Akainu frowned and gave a confused look. After a brief thought for 2 seconds, he looked away again and continued his walking journey. Of course, at this time, he was already in a somewhat impatient mood, and more often, he circled around the nutrition warehouse. Finally, a day has passed. Akainu stood in front of the nutrition warehouse with a look of anticipation, waiting quietly for the transparent door to open. Another 5 minutes passed. The smile on Akainu's face disappeared, and the corners of his eyes began to twitch. Another 5 minutes passed quietly. At this time, Akainu, like an ant on a hot pan, was extremely tormented, but he still controlled his irritable temper and did not smash his clenched left fist towards the nutrition bin. Half an hour later, Akainu stared grimly at the nutrition warehouse, bloodshot eyes in his eyes, and a grinning look, like a beast that devoured people. Just when Akainu was about to smash that violently trembling left arm into the nutrition bin, there was a rather helpless sigh above his head. Hey, PX0 bear makes you look up at the time, and you think you can just wait a day. Pause, he said again. Now, the time is enough, but the device is not turned on, can't you think about what the problem is? The anger on Akainu's face dissipated, and he said with some uncertainty, Vegapunk. Doctor. The 360-degree empty valley surround sound resounded throughout the laboratory again. Hey, don't care who I am, look down and see if there is another red button at your feet. Fell, Akainu hurriedly squatted down. Chapter 69 Vegapunk forced to compromise. Holy Land Mariajoy. There is an island of steel in the back of the luxurious castles and spires. This is a military island built by the world's political foo, and it is no one else who lives on it, but it is the scientist who has surpassed human wisdom for 500 years, Vegapunk. On the dock of this steel island, the proud Marine Admiral Akainu is walking slowly through the steel escalator and onto the docked huge warship. After Akainu left, Vegapunk sat alone in a room on the top floor of the laboratory. This always mysterious scientist is frowning slightly, in a pensive look. This integrates S bloodline medicine. Although the side effects of depleting vitality are eliminated, it will make people's consciousness cloudy and enter a violent state, which is a huge hidden danger. But this potion allows those so-called Logia-capable people to use hockey to their heart's content. This is enough to make those guys tempted. I can also use this chip to get enough resources from them. When I create the smoke troop, and then add Akainu's blood factor, the wind and snow that shrouded Winter Island all year round will definitely expel them all. They don't need to endure the freezing cold anymore. Thinking of this, the corner of Vegapunk's mouth raised a very soft arc, which made people look like a spring breeze, but the tube of blood reagent on the console was destroyed. The transparent test tube was filled with the red liquid that was almost overflowing. It was exactly what Akainu dripped on the floor when he installed the iron arm. This is also the joint of Akainu's iron arm. Why are there 5 small copper pieces? One of the reasons. Because the function of these 5 small copper sheets is not only to connect the artificial blood vessels inside, but more importantly, it will overflow a part of blood when it is first connected. This specially exported blood also contains a little lava element, which is also one of the necessities for the existence of the high-temperature smoke force. Just when Vegapunk fell into a beautiful reverie, the bear in white directly pushed the door and walked in. Doctor, the phone number of Wapol, the king of the evil and dark drum kingdom, is it connected? The bear in white reached out his hand expressionlessly, and pushed the phone bug in front of Vegapunk. The muscles on Vegapunk's face twitched, and Piao Yuan's thoughts were taken back. He glanced at the phone bug impatiently, and said, if you don't answer, just say I'm busy. Okay, doctor. After speaking, the white bear directly connected the phone, and said in a loud voice, hello, the doctor said he is busy. He could finish speaking. Vegapunk choked on the juice, hurriedly grabbed the phone from the bear's hand, and hurriedly explained. Hey, I was really busy just now, I'm fine now, tell me, what are you doing with me? Wapol on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. After a brief stun for 2 seconds, he sorted out his emotions and said in a pleasing tone. Hee, doctor, You are the smartest scientist. Whether the whole world can make progress depends on you. I am flattered that you can take the time to answer the phone." In response, Vegapunk just gave a faint, and continued to wait for Wapple's follow-up. Sure enough, Wapple saw that his flattery had no effect. He coughed twice, and cut to the point. "Doctor, you know that I used to be the king of the Drum Kingdom. Oh, by the way, what is the Cherry Blossom Kingdom now? At the beginning, I have been diligently governing the country and working hard for the better life of the people. However, I was harassed by the Blackbeard and the Straw Hat Pirates successively, which led to the destruction of the country and the destruction of my family. I have endured this. But now, the kingdom I once worked hard to govern has been occupied by a small guard captain and become a new kingdom. I think this is a kind of provocation to me and the citizens." Quote. After listening to Wapple's generous speech, Vegapunk knew it. This guy just wanted to bring down that captain of the guard. Oh no, the new king. "But what you said, what do you say to me who is engaged in scientific research all day long, and I can't interfere with the trend of the World Conference?" Just when Vegapunk was at a loss, Wapple calmed down his excitement a little and said calmly, "Doctor, I heard that you have been very close to Marine Admiral recently." This, Vegapunk frowned and said coldly, "Are you monitoring me?" Wapple refused repeatedly. "Don't dare, I'm just a coincidence. I happened to give a gift to a Lord Tenryubito, just saw the return of a Kainu admiral, and the direction of the return of the warship happened to coincide with your Technology Island route. That's why I dared to ask you a question. Don't take it to your heart, I'm just a broken mouth, I just say it casually, ha 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 ha." "S really broken," Vegapunk groaned in his heart. Afterwards, he sighed lightly and said helplessly, "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Washo, who was on the other end of the phone, flattered, "I have produced a lot of alloys recently. I want to see if you are short of alloys. If you want, I will send it to you immediately." "The point," Vegapunk interrupted impatiently. "I want to ask Marine to attack Sakura Kingdom, or arrest this bastard Dalton on charges." A slight pause for half a second, he patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I will personally comfort the Sakura citizens and never cause trouble for you and Marine." "You're dreaming," Vegapunk growled loudly at the phone bug, unable to hold it in any longer. Immediately, thinking that this person is the lord of a country and the only supplier of important alloys, Vegapunk had to forcibly calm down and sighed. "Hey, it's not that I won't help you. Even the Admiral of Marine's headquarters can't directly convict a king, and he is a king who is going to attend the World Conference. Wapple, who has experienced ups and downs, is no longer the fool who used to be full of, what laws should be enacted today." "I saw it," slowly said. "What if Dalton threatened to slander the distinguished Lord Tenryubito?" This, Vegapunk was taken aback. This guy actually bought Tenryubito. Vegapunk was also shocked at this time, not knowing what to say. Aware of Vegapunk's surprise, Wapple said confidently, Hee, then I'll take it as your agreement." After a pause, he said in surprise, "Oh, I almost missed the time. The doctor won't talk about it today. I have to rush to deliver the toys to that adult." After speaking, Wapple hung up the phone directly, leaving Vegapunk with an angry face. Another guy who started a national war for his own selfish desires, really hateful. Vegapunk gritted his teeth. Speaking, Vegapunk threw Mike Fung directly at the bear, and said bitterly, "Give me access to Admiral Akainu's phone number. Yesterday, the system was messed up, and it was messed up when I was in a hurry to update. The author is here to apologize to the readers, and I beg you, Hi-hen." Chapter 70. The first morning spent with the clone and the crowd. The other side. On the calm sea, the three standard warships were sailing steadily towards Dressrosa. On the deck of the warship, dozens of huge children were lying on the ground sleeping soundly, with strange sugar residue left on the corners of their mouths and on the floor. Not far from the children, Caesar Current, surrounded by thick fog, was looking at the sleeping children with a sinister smile. At this moment, a subordinate wearing a yellow vertical striped protective suit slowly walked behind Caesar Current and said respectfully, "Master, the capture team left behind in Punk Hazard has completely lost contact with us, and the other two teams seem to be in trouble as well." Hearing this, the wicked smile on Caesar Curran's face instantly faded, his face sank instantly, and he snorted coldly, saying, "A bunch of trash." After speaking, the non-stop floating gas poisonous mist condensed in an instant, and then directly shrouded the person behind him. "Lord, Master, please let me go." Before he could say anything, he was wrapped in the noose of poisonous mist and threw it into the sea. HMPH, the guy who ruined my mood has to die too. After that, Caesar cleared the fog and walked directly to the temporary laboratory in the cabin. On the desktop of the laboratory, there is a special glass jar, which contains the prototype of the murderous medicine brought back from Fishman Island by Joker. On the other hand, using the big bug of Chen Mu, forcibly skip the straw hats of the copy of Punk Hazard, and start a new journey again. The Bow of the Sunny. As Jinbei took the helm, he looked at Luffy who was downcast, and said, "Luffy brother, are you very unhappy?" Luffy lay on the lion's head of the Sunny, pointed his butt at Jinbei at the helm, and said weakly, "I want to take risks. I want to go back to climb the volcano." Hearing this, Jinbei's eyes jumped in disappointment. And Chen Mu, who was drinking tea on the guardrail on the second floor, happened to hear the conversation between the two, and couldn't help shaking his head and chuckling. At this moment, Nami, wearing a white umbilical suspender and a pair of denim hot pants, walked out of the restaurant pretty. As he walked, he rubbed his wet hair with a towel. Hearing the sound of high heels stepping on the board, Chen Mu slowly raised his head and looked at Nami who was walking towards him. "Morning, Nami," Chen Mu greeted with a smile. Nami also frowned, facing Chen Mu Tiantian Isho, and said crisply, "Morning, uncle." The smile on Chen Mu's face froze. Seeing Chen Mu embarrassed, Nami smiled mischievously. Then he walked slowly to Chen Mu's side, shook his hair lightly, and asked, "Uncle, don't you need a knife today?" Chen Mu was startled, then shook his head and chuckled, "You want to ask me about seasickness?" Nami winked at Chen Mu Isho. Chen Mu glanced at Nami with weird eyes, and then teased, "I'm healed from seasickness, you don't seem to be very happy Tilda." Unexpectedly, Nami was stunned for a moment when she heard the words, then nodded her head in a serious way, and said with some hesitation, "Well, it seems a little bit." The smile on Chen Mu's face froze again. Seeing Chen Mu's silly expression, Nami couldn't help but smiled and said, "I'm teasing you, uncle." Immediately, his face collapsed, and he said with a slightly depressed mood, "It's true that you're not happy. After all, you can't let Chopper ask you for treatment fees in the future." Chopper, who was sitting on the swivel chair in the health room, suddenly choked on the marshmallow. Looking at Chen Mu's embarrassed expression, Nami couldn't help laughing a little louder. It was this gradually amplified laughter that attracted Luffy from the bow. I saw Luffy turned around abruptly, his hands stretched out suddenly, and went straight to the guardrail on the second floor. In Chen Mu Name's puzzled eyes, she directly shot over. At the same time, the depressed expression on Luffy's face made him smile instantly after seeing Nami. With a click, Luffy's straw sandals stepped directly on the guardrail on the second floor, causing Chen Mu and Nami to take a step back in shock. When the two of them were shocked, Luffy said with a smile, "Nami, let's go on an adventure." After he finished speaking, he waved his fist vigorously, looking full of confidence. Seeing this, Chen Mu couldn't help but chuckle again, and at the same time glanced in the direction of the boys' dormitory without a trace. As for Nami, her forehead was covered with black lines, and the corners of her eyes jumped up in disappointment. No, the new world is too dangerous, and every decision will affect everyone's safety. After finishing speaking, Nami angrily threw the towel towards Luffy, tilted her head and snorted coldly. Luffy was also discouraged, took the towel off his face, still kept his signature smile, and began to bargain with Nami. The intense arguing between the two, Chenmu shook his head and walked to the lawn deck. When Chenmu just walked downstairs and came to the lawn deck, he met Sanji, who pushed out the door. "Ah, morning, Sanji, what shall we eat today?" Chenmu said to Sanji with a smile on his face. Sanji glanced at him with disgust, and said with surprise, "Uncle, you seem to be very happy today." Chenmu hey isho, as there. Seeing this, Sanji pouted the corners of his mouth and passed Chenmu indifferently. When he was walking to the stairs, he said calmly, "Remember to wash your hands before meals." Someone's seriousness was less than a second, and when he saw Nami at the door of the restaurant, he instantly regained his knight's true character. Nami tilde 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 tilde. Sanji's heart flashed in his eyes, and he ran towards Nami without any image. Luffy, who was squatting on the guardrail, down. Chenmu raised his brows, and then laughed happily. At the same time, the sleepy-eyed Usopp also walked out of the boys' dormitory behind Chenmu. Usopp, who was wearing white pajamas, rubbed his eyes and said weakly, "Uncle, laughing so loudly in the morning will affect our sleep." Chenmu laughed, turned around slowly, looked at Usopp with a puzzled face, and said, "Am I very loud?" Usopp was obviously too lazy to answer Chenmu's knowing question, yawned, and wanted to go back to sleep, but bumped into Brook, who was also wearing a nightcap. Usopp, who hadn't slept well at all, was knocked back 2 steps, and then fell directly on the lawn, complaining, "Hey, Brook, you walk without opening your eyes." Hearing this, Chenmu and Brook were stunned at the same time. The latter abruptly put his index finger into the hollow eye socket, and said suddenly, "Ah, I seem to have forgotten to wear my eyes." After speaking, he turned around with a dull expression and walked back to the room. When he arrived, he closed the door, leaving the stunned Usopp messed up in the wind. Chapter 71 Going City. On the blue sea, the Sunny is sailing smoothly to the next unknown island. Because everyone traveled all night, away from Punk Hassad, when the morning came, everyone also enjoyed the cool sea breeze as they wished. Everyone who had had breakfast chatted very leisurely. Even Zoro, who was going to the observation room on duty, and Jinbei, who was planning to continue to take the helm, were all left behind. Looking at Chenmu, who suddenly greeted everyone, Nami asked with a puzzled face, "Uncle, are you trying to announce something?" Hearing this, Zoro raised his eyelids slightly and looked at Chenmu with a bad look. Generally speaking, it is the captain's right to assemble the crew and announce something or a decision. Of course, on the Sunny, Nami has that right too, and is it better than Luffy? In this regard, Chenmu didn't know that Nami's extremely ordinary remarks had already attracted Zoro's attention to him, or was paying attention to him again. I saw Chenmu, Vivi Isho, and said to Nami, "Can I have an opinion?" Huh. Nami blinked and motioned Chenmu to continue. Hee, there's nothing else, I just want to change the route. Chenmu was still smiling. Hearing this, everyone Vivi was stunned and turned to look at Nami. I saw Nami's brows slightly wrinkled, her head bowed, not knowing what she was thinking. For a while, the atmosphere in the restaurant also became silent. At this moment, the expressionless Zoro and the indifferent Sanji said at the same time, "No way." The two first glanced at each other in surprise, and then locked their gazes on the stunned face of Chenmu. "Why?" Chenmu asked in surprise. "You have a bad sense of direction, respect the lady's choice," the two said in unison. Hearing the very tacit answers from the two of them, Chenmu's mouth couldn't help twitching, and his heart murmured for a while. Sanji just said I don't respect the lady. Zoro, you are the #1 idiot who is famous in the world of pirates, and you have the face to say that I have a bad direction. Who gives you confidence? Everyone looked at Zoro Sanji, who had a serious face, and Chenmu, whose facial muscles were about to cramp, and all sighed while holding his forehead. Just when the atmosphere was so embarrassing that it was almost frozen, Robin, the confidant eldest sister, spoke up. Why do you suddenly want to change Nami's chosen route? Everyone also woke up in an instant. Chen Emu's usual image is basically eating, sitting on a whale, like an outsider, never intervening in their decisions. Unless he encounters something that everyone can't solve, he will shoot or remind. Is this time? Just when everyone was thinking, Chen Yu, Vivi Isho, said softly, because Ajing sent me a special message when he left. News. Nami frowned and asked suspiciously. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Seeing this, Chen Yu glanced back at everyone with a smile on his face, and explained softly, it said that the seawater in that direction, but it is very uncomfortable and uncomfortable. After finishing speaking, Chen Yu pointed to the sea area on the right and continued, the seawater in that area not only makes it uncomfortable, but also has a special color, which seems to be the color of going. When everyone heard the words, they were all dumbfounded, but Nami was the only one who was different. I saw that her beautiful eyes instantly turned into a sign of money, staring at Chen Yu. Chen Yu paused for a while, and said with a chuckle, so, shall we go and have a look? Nami responded repeatedly. In this way, under the command of Captain Nami, the Sunny quickly changed its course and headed for the largest entertainment cruise ship at sea. Half a day has passed, and the Sunny is still driving on the blue sea. During dinner, everyone still enjoyed Sanji's food happily. However, Chen Yu, who was manipulating his avatar to eat at this time, lost his previous sense of weakness, which made him look a lot better now. Luffy inevitably grabbed most of the food. In this regard, he just lightened Isho, and compared with the physical weakness, he should eat less. After dinner, Sanji was still washing the dishes by himself, while the others slowly sat on the lawn deck to chat. Not for anything else, just for the words Chen Yu said during dinner. When night falls, you can see going powder scattered all over the sky. Just this, gold content, remark is enough to make everyone gather on the lawn and wait in silence. After a while, Usopp, who was looking forward to it on the lawn, stretched hard, and then rubbed his sore neck, and said to Chen Yu resentfully. Uncle, it's been dark for a while, haven't we arrived yet? It's coming soon, Chen Yu Vivi Isho said in his heart at the same time. There is no countdown on this system map, there are only 2 cursors that keep approaching, how can I know the specific time? Hearing Chen Emu's perfunctory, again, Nami didn't bother to lift her head this time, and kept mumbling about, liar, losing money, or something. Nami's murmur was heard without a word by Robin, who was sitting next to her. In response, Robin just squinted Isho, then stroked Nami's hair with a doting expression. It's like comforting a sister who has lost a toy. Chen Yu didn't hear Nami's murmur. After all, he is just a trumpet, with a bounty of 1 billion yuan. After observation hockey has been on for a long time, he will be mentally exhausted. When it comes to this clone ability, we have to go back to the night of Punk Hazard. This ability can make everyone envious. Especially Luffy and the others, shouting, too handsome, and arguing for Chen Yu to perform a show or something. In this regard, Chen Yu is just helpless Isho. Then he turned around stealthily, put a purse containing 5 million Baileys, put it in Nami's hand quietly, and then spilled it away. At that time, Luffy took Chopper and tried to keep up with a noisy face, but was beaten by Nami's invincible iron fist and lost his voice. Chen Yu, who had returned to the upper bunk of the men's dormitory, closed his eyes happily after hearing the familiar sound of bang bang. Then point your right index finger against the mirrored handle on the edge of the bed. A burst of brilliance flashed like water waves. His strength was only 10% of his body, but Chen Yu, who had no seasickness, suddenly walked out of the rippled space. Then, it was the first benefit of the Straw Hat's night flight. Everyone had a good night's sleep. Chen Yu and Ajing were on duty all night, and the crew members could rest all night without having to change shifts every 2 hours. Generally speaking, night voyages are forced to stay up late when encountering islands that are convenient for docking, or encountering disasters at sea. Generally speaking, there are very few people like Chen Mu who voluntarily ask to stay up late. This can't blame him. After all, he has the problem of, can't fall asleep when excited, just like the Marine headquarters 2 years ago. In this way, while everyone was sleeping soundly, Chen Mu achieved his first achievement of staying up late at sea. Unfortunately, there is no system reward. ... Memories are over. The line of sight cuts back to the sunny again. Under the night, everyone sat on the deck, chatting one after another. At this moment, a faint golden light shone in the direction of the bow. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then their expressions instantly changed to joy. Under the leadership of Nami, everyone sprinted all the way to the bow. "Uncle, is this really a ship?" Luffy's eyes lit up. "Well, this is the Grand Disalo, the largest playground in the world," Chen Mu nodded calmly. After a pause, he looked at Nami, who was full of money and light, and immediately smiled. "Nami. You should have heard of it." I saw Nami nodded excitedly and said, "Yes, this should be the largest entertainment city in the world, an amusement park that is expected to get rich overnight." In this regard, Chen Mu nodded irrefutably, and at the same time complained in his heart. "Confident and remove hope, after all, I'm here to make a fortune, and then I'll see if I can trigger hidden missions or something. It doesn't matter even if it doesn't, it just so happens that I can let the mirror re-engrave a fruit whose wealth value explodes." ... After a while, the Sunny passed the water channel of the going ship and entered the going city that never sleeps, which is as big as an island. During the period, Chen Mu and the others greeted the golden dust sprinkled by the sky in the passage together, although he always felt that he had forgotten an important thing. But it doesn't matter, after all, he is a man at the ceiling level of this world. If he can hurt him, it is estimated that it will be produced by the system. When the Sunny sailed out of the somewhat dim passage and slowly came to the central waters of the going ship, everyone on board was stunned by the surrounding scene for a while. The originally luxurious golden sea water was dazzling enough, but when everyone entered the center of the water, they were instantly compared by the surrounding scenery. Going stand, which was nearly 50 meters high, surrounded by the water, and was full of cheering guests. And on the wall below the going stand, every 50 meters, there is a huge statue of spitting gold water, which is also glittering and extremely luxurious. Various neon lights are constantly shining on the going platform in the water. Each going square, there are several beautiful girls in colored swimsuits dancing on it, adding a gorgeous youthful color to the boring city of going. This scene made Sanji very excited and shouted, "Beautiful food." Seeing this, Chen Mu just shook his head and chuckled, without paying too much attention. After all, the temperament and appearance of Nami and Robin are not comparable to these girls. Besides, Nami Robin-chan, who has good looks and a figure, is all wearing bikinis, and is within reach. Isn't this more fragrant than those girls? Thinking of this, Chen Mu couldn't help but glanced at Nami, who was overjoyed. The turbulent rhythm was really, No, I'm a serious person, and I'm here to do serious business." Chen Mu kept persuading himself in his heart, but he couldn't help but glanced at Robin wearing a black three-point style. Just when everyone was attracted by the scenery in front of them, a man in a going swimsuit and a white gold star jacket appeared on the high platform in the center. Seeing this man dancing passionately in front of the golden mic wind, Chen Mu couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, I know that this guy is a wealthy generation, otherwise, with this image, he is simply a prodigal second-generation ancestor. When Chen Mu was full of complaining, this very showy man finally stopped his opening dance. I saw him holding his head high, spreading his arms to the fullest, enjoying the cheers of the audience. There was thunderous cheers in the field, and all kinds of colorful neon lights shone on him. For a time, everyone on the Sunny also leaned out one after another and looked at this strange, saucy man. Who is this person? Name asked curiously. Chenmu glanced at Nami suspiciously, and said suspiciously, "Don't you know who he is?" "Should I know him?" Nami blinked her innocent big eyes with a, "Why do I know him?" look. Hearing this, Chenmu pouted and said, "You all know this is the Great Disalo, but you don't know him yet." Nami's eyes snapped open, and she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Could he be?" Before the words fell, several huge shells flew past the hull of the Sunny and smashed into the surrounding seawater, causing golden waves several meters high. Note: during the night sailing, someone on the front and back of the Sunny needs to pay attention to the sea surface movement or the approach of other ships, so two people must be awake, usually by 2-hour shift change, basically, as long as the night sails, can't sleep very well. A list of work and rest schedules is attached. Luffy, the sleep time is not fixed. Basically, when you are sleepy, you will wake up when you open your eyes. The general duration is 5 hours. Captain's privilege, wake up naturally. Zoro, AM 4 o'clock AM 7 o'clock, plus nap time. Because of the least sleep, most of the free time is catch-up sleep. Nami, PM 11 o'clock AM 7 o'clock. As far as Nami's status is concerned, she has to sleep for 8 hours, no one should dare to say. Usopp, AM 1 o'clock AM 8 o'clock. AM 000 to 5 o'clock Maybe make breakfast for the girls in advance. Chopper, PM 9 o'clock AM 7 o'clock, plus naps. It can only be said that Dr. Chopper is very health conscious. Robin, PM 11 o'clock AM 6 o'clock. Robin used to drink coffee because she was not allowed to sleep at night, so now she can fall asleep at a normal time even with coffee every day. Frankie, AM 1 o'clock AM 9 o'clock. Since repairing the Sunny is usually done by himself, the boatmen also get plenty of sleep. Brooke, AM 000 AM 5 o'clock. As to why this skeleton is sleeping, maybe a music alarm. Chapter 72-80 Flustered Baccarat. Boom boom boom. With the roar of several cannons, 2 ordinary 2-sail pirate ships sailed out of another passage one after another. Surprisingly, the 2 pirate ships were not hideous-looking pirates, but a group of strange teens shrouded in yellow protective suits. "Yes, that group of people who attacked us before," Nami exclaimed in shock. Hearing the sound, everyone hurriedly stabilized their bodies, and then quickly ran to Nami's side, looking at the 2 pirate ships that were approaching fast. "It's them." Usopp gritted his teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, Usopp directly took off the black pocket slingshot behind his back, and his right hand quickly took out 2 red seeds from the pocket and shot them towards the pirate ship in the distance, shouting at the same time. "Sure, green star, white flame demon." 2 seeds dragging white flame tails quickly shot on each other's bow. Sounds of pong-pang. 2 huge green vines quickly broke away from the hull and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the vines had grown to the thickness of an adult's thigh, and their length had directly exceeded 20 meters. However, these creepy vines are not the deadliest. The most deadly thing is that these are not ordinary vines at all, but a mutant cannibal vine. Reason why it is called mutation is because the original stem tip is just an ordinary green piranha bud, which can only swallow a single enemy, and its stem can only use its hardness to hinder or hit the enemy. However, it is different now. The surface of the whole thick and long vine is directly attached with a transparent white flame. When the stems and vines are swaying, those enemies that are touched will be instantly eroded by white flames, and the pain of bone erosion will spread throughout the body. You must know that the power generated by this white flame can make top boss Chenmu hiss out. ... Everyone looked at Usopp with anger, and although they were stunned at first, they finally figured out the key. After all, the story of the farmer and the snake, whoever happens to it, will not feel well. Different from the surprised crowd, Chenmu kept staring at the people on the opposite boat after seeing Usopp attack directly. The original Baiyan attack was just a small test using a wine cork, and Usopp's true combat strength could not be seen. But this time, Usopp used the kill attack directly, which swayed Chen Mu's curiosity. How powerful are the things caught by the high-level bait? Will the things produced by these systems threaten me in the future? I still need to observe more. Chen Mu stared at the changes of the people on the opposite side, while thinking secretly in the bottom of my heart. However, the severity of Usopp's attack exceeded everyone's expectations. I saw that the huge man-eating flower buds quickly swallowed a person, and then the thick stems swept freely, turning the people on the boat overturned. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the people who were swept by the stem vines let out incomparably shrill screams. The arresting teams in yellow protective suits were lying on the floor one after another. Some were rolling, while others jumped off the pirate ship and jumped into the golden seawater. This scene not only made everyone on the sunny stunned, but even the tens of thousands of enthusiastic cheers stopped abruptly. In an instant, the high-level performances in the entire water plaza stopped, and the stands were silenced for watching the battle, leaving only the painful howl that echoed in the sky for a long time. Sunny. Everyone's pupils dilated, and they looked at the few people who were still struggling on the sea in shock, and swallowed hard. Usopp, so strong. On the other side, Disolo, the owner of the Grand Disolo and an outstanding artist at the same time, the smile on his face stiffened for a moment. At the moment when the arresting team was scorched by the white flame, he felt the extremely terrifying high temperature through the gold powder on the surface of everyone's body, and his heart was even more shocked. This invisible fire actually eroded directly into the body. The tragic howls didn't last long, and the captured teams, eroded by the invisible fire, sank into the golden seabed and disappeared. For a time, the entire golden square was dead silent. At the moment when the atmosphere was almost frozen, Disaro regained a confident smile on his face again, grabbed the mic wind in front of him with his left hand, and said aloud to everyone on the sunny below. The world's largest entertainment city, the Grand Disolo, welcome everyone. As Disolo's voice fell, several golden water columns instantly spurted out from the tall wall behind him, and then turned into fine golden water droplets all over the sky and sprinkled over the entire square. For a time, the audience in the square boiled again, cheering endlessly. After a while, the Sunny passed through the water plaza and smoothly entered the docking harbor. The indoor pier where dozens of huge sailboats can dock is still resplendent, and every place you see is a piece of golden color, but the going walkway, which is about 50 meters wide, is covered with a red and luxurious carpet. This indoor mooring harbor can be said to be extremely luxurious. Chen Mu followed the straw hats and got off the Sunny one after another. Just when everyone was excited, a beautiful woman in a black halter high-cut skirt and black high-heeled shoes walked slowly in front of everyone. Are you guys from the Straw Hats? It's the first time we meet. Bakura slowly took off his lavender sunglasses and sweetly issued to everyone. Seeing the beautiful woman who suddenly greeted everyone, Vivi was stunned. Only Chen Mu and Sanji reacted immediately. I saw Chen Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked thoughtfully at the pair of black gloves on her hands, while Sanji. Hello, miss, I'm Sanji, the cook on this ship. It's just fate to meet you here. Seeing the overflowing appearance of Sanji's peach heart, everyone sighed helplessly. The graceful Bakura gently stepped out with his right foot, revealing his slender and straight thighs, then covered his skirt with one hand and rubbed his chest with one hand and said to Sanji, "Haha Tilda, you really can talk." Then he slowly leaned forward and straightened up, and said to the people behind Sanji, "I'm honored to meet you too. I'm the exclusive VIP receptionist, and I'll add Bakura." Chen Mu, who already knew who this person was, didn't show too much, just casually looked at this gorgeous woman with a proud figure. Then, looked at the second eye, the third eye, the fourth. I couldn't help but secretly swallowed my saliva, and exclaimed in my heart, this figure is about to catch up with the Empress. Just when everyone was curious, our straight male King Luffy asked directly, "Do you know us?" When Bakura saw Luffy speak, he leaned back in mock surprise, covered his mouth and exclaimed, "Of course, I've heard the name of Captain Straw Hat Luffy for a long time. You are Supernova, pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. Immediately, he opened the brown leather notebook in his hand, pointed to Luffy's head, and added, "A famous pirate like you is directly recorded on this VIP list." At the same time, it also records that the world politicians and senior marine officials are all worthy of being recorded in this VIP notebook. Sanji, who was the closest, immediately shifted his gaze to this VIP list page, and looked at it with great interest. Just when everyone was secretly rejoicing, Chenmu suddenly stepped forward, stretched out his hand to the smiling Bakura, and said with a light smile, "Hello, I just joined the new member of the Straw Hat Pirates, please give me more advice." Bakura looked startled, first glanced at Chenmu blankly, and then cast a questioning look at Sanji beside him. Vivi's mouth twitched, and he nodded helplessly. Receiving the response, the smile on Bakura's face bloomed again, and the slender palm with black gloves immediately held Chenmu's right hand. Seeing this, Chenmu frowned, pulled his hand back, and said in a slightly dissatisfied tone, "It doesn't seem very polite to wear gloves." Immediately, the pretentious bowed head sighed and said helplessly, "Yes, after all, I'm just a little-known crewman, and shaking hands with people like me really doesn't need to be given too much respect." After speaking, "Great on my OG," Chenmu turned around and was about to leave. Bakura, who had not been baptized in Yin language, was instantly defeated and hurriedly said, "Wearing gloves is just my personal habit." After speaking, Bakura hurriedly took off the black silk glove on his right hand, and whispered to Chenmu, "Dear guest, I have already taken off the glove." The corner of Chenmu's mouth twitched, he turned to face Bakura Vivi-Isho, and stretched out his right hand. Just when the two hands were about to touch, Chenmu's right hand suddenly sank, and then a slender white light lit up, and the mirror-like water moon that shone like a diamond instantly appeared in his hand. Chenmu's sudden operation made Bakura too late to react, causing her to directly hold the hilt of Jingwashueyu. In the eyes of everyone, what was originally a peaceful handshake scene instantly turned into a two-person, snatching knife, scene. When Bakura held the handle of the knife, the voice of the system resounded in Chenmu's mind. "Ding! Lucky fruit has been successfully re-engraved. Development level 1. Not awakened." After listening to the system's wonderful notification sound, Chenmu's mouth twitched slightly, and his expression changed, instantly turning into a look of guilt, and said apologetically, Sorry, I suddenly remembered that I seem to have a disease where I can only hold a knife in my right hand. I'm really sorry." After speaking, he hurriedly touched the back of Bakura's hand with his left hand, but Bakura subconsciously avoided it. At the same time, Vivi, the muscles on his pretty face, trembled, and said a little embarrassedly, "It's okay. It's okay." Then he hurriedly took a step back, looked at Luffy and the others behind him, and said anxiously, "I'll take you to the amusement city first." After speaking, he turned around stiffly and made a, "Please," gesture to everyone. An extended version of the platinum convertible slowly drove over from one side. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly spread it out to appreciate it carefully. "Amazing. What is this?" Luffy asked curiously. Frankie, who was wrapped in a plush black bear coat, was also excited. While sizing up the car body, he said in surprise, "Is this a means of transportation?" Bakura Vivi-Isho, who was very satisfied with everyone's performance, nodded and said, "Yes, we call this a turtle car, which is the main way of movement here." "It's amazing. Do you use tortoises as power?" Frankie looked at the front of the car with novelty, and looked at the 8 tortoises holding the red putter. "I saw that on the heads of the 8 turtles, each wore a red aviator leather hat, and there was a pair of windproof glasses on the top of the hat. At a glance, you can tell that these are some serious turtles." And Bakura on the side also directly expressed the doubts in everyone's heart. "This turtle car is equipped with 8 rare muscle turtles." Pause, he added. "Then, everyone, please get in the car." After speaking, the turtle wearing a white military cap walked slowly along the edge of the car, and came to the top of the car door while everyone was talking. Then he jumped down, grabbed the golden armrest and pulled it down, opening the door for everyone. Nami and the others stepped on the soft red car cushion one after another and sat on the luxurious green-bottomed gold-rimmed seat. While chatting and laughing, everyone sat down one after another, and Luffy jumped on the front of the car and sat down with his bare feet. Luffy sat down with a smile on his face, then turned to look at Chenmu and Jinbei who had not gotten into the car, and waved, "Uncle, Jinbei, come up quickly." In this regard, Chenmu faintly turned to Jinbei and said, "I still have something to do, you go with them first." Hearing this, Jinbei shook his head directly and said, "This golden powder makes the old man very uncomfortable, I will go back to the Sunny and wait for you." After speaking, he turned around and walked towards the Sunny, leaving Chenmu alone in embarrassment. And already sitting and driving Bakura also noticed this blue-skinned fish man. This person is Jinbei, the hero of Shichibukai under the king. Jinbei's details flashed across Bakura's mind in an instant, and then Vivi's delicate eyebrows frowned, and a hint of doubt flashed in his big fluttering eyes. Could Shichibukai be on the Straw Hat's boat? Before she could think too much, the door of the co-pilot on the right was opened by Chenmu, who was wearing only a pair of yellow beach pants. Bakura turned his head in surprise and looked at Chenmu who was sitting down. "I saw this strange bald man with perfect muscle lines on the upper body, wearing a pair of yellow sand beach pants on the lower body, painted with a few coconut trees in full bloom, and a pair of yellow flip-flops under his feet. Haha, does it look good?" Chenmu turned his head calmly, facing Bakura shallowly. Hearing this, Bakura's face stiffened, he hurriedly turned his head, and looked forward in a panic. When Chenmu saw this, the smile on his face was instantly stunned, and he couldn't help thinking in his heart. Could it be, Saitama's battle suit covers my face, and I need beach pants to unblock it? Very well, let's go, Luffy exclaimed excitedly. Ah, okay. Bakura was taken aback by Luffy's sudden sound, and in a rush to start the turtle slice. It was at this moment that Chenmu replaced the Jingwashueyu in the space, and suddenly there was an extra line of detailed text introduction. After the fruit is re-engraved, if the host is too close to the person with the ability, it will actively attract the person with the ability to increase the goodwill. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 73 The Tenderness in Chenmu's Heart. As Bakura pushed the grip, a fine blue electric light flashed, and the 8 muscle turtles responsible for power-driven tremors trembled. This situation was naturally discovered by Chenmu, who saw that Vivi raised his eyebrows and exclaimed in his heart. "Good guy, actually using electricity, Vegapunk is not as good as you are." Before long, the turtles carried everyone across the kilometer-long going bridge and came straight to the central business district of the Grand Disolo. Going Street, which is 20 meters wide, although there are many leisurely pedestrians, it did not affect the speed of the Straw Hat group. The luxurious white extended convertible drove through the crowd at a constant speed and drove straight to the most central casino. During this period, everyone was also shocked by the dream-like scene. It was also in the chat that they learned that the power of this huge going ship, which can go on the sea, is pulled by 2 giant sea turtles. Current and wind direction effects. Moreover, in this commercial area where people whiz by, there are not only amusement parks, swimming pools, aquariums and theaters, but even golf courses. As expected of an independent country jointly chartered by the world government and Tenryubito, it is simply outrageous. Then, the next step is to enter the advanced area. Don't be distracted by the shaking, Bakura said confidently. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Chenmu beside him. But at the moment, Chenmu was frowning tightly, and he didn't realize that Bakura was peeking at him with a contemplative look. Ding! The distance from the original ability is too close, the engraving effect is intensifying. Ding! The person who detected the original ability has not awakened. At this stage, the effect has exceeded the original ability, and the fruit ability has entered an advanced state, which can be suppressed. Close black lens bracket. Chen Mu's heart was shocked, and he secretly shouted domineering. Not to mention the ability of prostitutes for nothing, but also backhand as a blue-green, is this planning to shoot the former ability directly on the beach? In just a short period of time, it directly turned into a superior fruit, and the fruit ability of the original ability person directly entered a state of suppression, which is why Akainu dared to play like this, but his fate. Thinking of this, Chen Mu couldn't help trembling, and he secretly shouted, "I'm decent, I want to keep the character." Just when Chen Mu was so reverie, Turtles went directly under the going arch of Gundam and entered the advanced area. It's amazing. Frankie looked at the golden buildings around him, and couldn't help exclaiming. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they looked at the surrounding Jin Jing with excitement. And our dedicated tour guide, Miss Baccarat, also said at the right time, "The king of the Grand Disolo, Lord Disolo likes going very much, so he searched for going from all over the world, and then created this fantastic city." Quote. "It's amazing, is he rich?" Luffy asked in amazement. Hearing this, Chen Mu rolled his eyes and complained in his heart, "Isn't this obvious?" As a VIP receptionist, Baccarat answered the questions patiently. Of course, Lord Disolo is recognized as the king of the strongest amusement city in the world. He is not only an entertainer, but also the king of the country. Hearing this, Chen Mu couldn't help but pouted. Luffy, who was sitting in the front of the car, couldn't wait to open his mouth and said, "Let's go to the amusement city quickly." "Well, okay, but before that, Speaking of this, Baccarat suddenly paused, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a charming arc. After a while, everyone in a white suit dress appeared in front of Baccarat. And Chen Mu, no exception, put on a pure white slim-fit suit, with a large golden plush shawl over his shoulders, the length of which reached his waist. Luckily it's gold, otherwise I'll bump into Doflamingo's shirt. In this way, everyone followed the swaying Baccarat to Going Amusement City. Said to be an amusement city, it is actually more like a cylindrical tower made of going. From a distance, it looks more like a mic style made of pure gold. Everyone, this is the King of Going hotel that the Grand Disolo is proud of, and the only 8-star hotel in the world. Oh, that's amazing. Luffy held his head high and couldn't help exclaiming. And just as everyone was about to enter the amusement city, a group of children with dirty faces rushed over from a distance and surrounded Usopp in the middle. Usopp was taken aback by this sudden battle, and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" These 3 or 4-year-old children stood on tiptoe hard and handed the roses in their hands to Usopp. "Buy a flower, please." A cute girl wearing a wide sun hat said pitifully to Usopp. The other children echoed in unison. "You're VIP guests, buy one, please, buy one. Buy one, please." For a time, everyone dressed in luxurious clothes was surrounded by this group of dirty children, and the atmosphere instantly became noisy. Usopp, who has always been soft-hearted towards children, couldn't stand it, and hurriedly waved his hand. I know, how much does it cost?" 5,000 berry. The little boy in the red and green shirt responded hurriedly. "Good. So expensive." Usopp took a step back in shock. Hearing this, the little girl with big watery eyes pursed her lips aggrievedly. "If we don't have money, we won't be free." The boy Wong, who was wearing a floral shirt, stepped forward hurriedly and explained aloud. Immediately, he shouted with a suffocated face, "I'm begging you so, just buy one." Luffy, who has always been extremely sensitive to the word freedom, is also rarely serious, and asked with a serious face, "What's going on?" At this moment, a light laughter sounded from the side. "Ah, what are you doing to my guests, you little boys?" Baccarat said, crossing Usopp to the front of the children, and said condescendingly. "This is not the place for you, hurry up. Go home." Baccarat's aura, the children took 2 steps back in fear. "Brother." The little girl looked at the boy in the flower shirt in confusion. The expression on the little boy's face was wrinkled, He gritted his teeth and hesitated for a few seconds, and said with a face full of unwillingness, "I'm sorry, let's go now." "Wait a minute." Just as the group of dirty children was about to leave, a clear boy rang from the crowd. "Uncle." Nami looked at Chenmu, who was walking out curiously. Chenmu responded with a faint isho, and then walked straight to the children in front of Bakura. "Are these flowers 5,000 berries?" Chenmu said with a kind smile. "Yes, yes." The little girl looked at Bakura next to Chenmu with some fear, and said hesitantly, "Well, that's okay, I'll have it all." Chenmu half bowed, put his hands on his knees, and pointed at the little girl Vivi Isho. Looking at that cute little face that was both nervous and happy, Chenmu couldn't help but squeezed his hand and said with a smile, "Is 5,000 Bailey enough? If it's not enough, brother still has a job here. I can give you a lot of Bailey. If you want 1 million, my brother can afford it." Bakura was startled, couldn't help but patted Chenmu's shoulder, and said in surprise, "Guest, you are." However, before she could finish her sentence, Chenmu turned his head directly, facing her mysterious Isho, and said, "Don't worry about me, I'm rich." After a pause, the smile on Chenmu's face slowly subsided, and he said solemnly, "At least 500 billion. After finishing speaking, the smile on his face was put on his face again, and he turned to the confused little girl and said, "How about this job, brother, do you want to consider it?" Then, Chenmu glanced at the hesitant little boys, and said with a chuckle, "You can come together." Just when the group of dirty children looked at each other and didn't know what to do, Nami's helpless sigh came over. "Uncle, do you know that you look like a bad uncle who kidnaps a child?" Hearing this, all the children took a step back, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. Chenmu's forehead was instantly covered with black lines, trying to control the smile on his face, and comforting with a trembling voice, "Don't worry, brother is a good person, brother is really rich." After that, Chenmu took out a small white purse from his suit pocket and handed it directly to the little girl. "Here, there are 50,000 berries here, take it tilde." Chenmu tried his best to maintain that stiff smile and try to be as kind as possible, at least. "Don't be like a bad uncle." For a moment, a ray of hope ignited in the children's eyes, but they glanced at Bakura with a cold face, and lowered their heads in fear. Just when the atmosphere gradually became quiet, the little girl in the white sun hat suddenly raised her head, and a look of determination flashed in her eyes. I saw her pursing her lips tightly, controlling her trembling little hand, and slowly reaching out to the heavy little purse in Chenmu's hand. Seeing the little girl's courageous expression, the smile on Chenmu's face softened even more. "This stubborn look really resembles her." Chenmu couldn't help but sigh. When he thought of the stubborn little girl who would stand in front of Chenmu every time to protect him from being bullied by other big boys, Chenmu couldn't help but burst into tears. "It was agreed to grow up together, but you left the world early because of illness. You know, after that day, I became a no-show and never fulfilled my promise again. And now, a little girl just like you appeared in front of me." Thinking of this, the tears in Chenmu's eyes quietly slipped. Just when Chenmu was full of tenderness, a harsh and sinister laughter sounded. "Zylulululu, if you don't get money through work, you can't buy freedom." A purple ripple suddenly appeared on the ground, and Mr. Tanaka, wearing a black guard costume, with a sinister smile, slowly emerged from the ground. Looking at this familiar face, the courage that the little girl had managed to muster vanished in an instant. She fell to the ground in fear, and wept softly. I didn't mean to, Mr. Tan. Mr. Tanaka. Tanaka, a cadre who has the ability to wear fruit, raised a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth, cold isho to the little girl, then turned to look at Chenmu, and said with a flattering smile. "Zylulululu, distinguished guest, I am the captain of the guard of the Grand Disolo, and the person in charge of paying tribute and collecting debt funds for Lord Disolo. You can just call me Mr. Tanaka." Tanaka introduced himself confidently, completely unaware of Chenmu's face, which was already gloomy and dripping with water. Bakura, who had been paying attention to Chen Emu's face, didn't have time to remind Tanaka, but saw a flower in front of him. Chen Mu burst into flames in an instant, only to see that he grabbed Tanaka's face fiercely with one hand, and the blue veins burst out on the back of his fair hand. Said in a very low voice, "I let you talk, did you?" Due to the difference in size and height between the two, Tanaka was not caught in the air by Chen Mu. Moreover, he also has a big head with a diameter of more than 1 meter 5, which caused Chen Mu's palms to be not broad, and could only cover his eyebrows. Although the picture looked a bit funny, no one in the audience could laugh. Bakura, who was by Tanaka's side, exclaimed, subconsciously as if to grab Chen Mu's arm, but he glared fiercely and froze in place. "Pa, Conqueror Haki." Bakura's pupils shrank suddenly, and he said tremblingly, "So strong." Zoro's eyes froze when he looked at Chen Mu. Although Chen Mu only locked the Conqueror Haki on Tanaka, he was the owner of the superior Haki. The moment it unfolded, the aura that leaked out was enough to suppress the audience. The atmosphere fell into a deadly silence. Tanaka, who was pressed by Chen Mu's eyebrows shortly after his appearance, his pupils were rapidly dilated, and his consciousness was also rapidly disappearing. Obviously, if it lasted a little longer, he might have spent his whole life in a coma. Just when the atmosphere was about to turn into a pool of stagnant water, the little girl's purse fell to the ground with a smack sound, and at the same time, the crisp sobbing sound gradually entered Chen Mu's ears. It was also the little girl's low-pitched sobbing that instantly woke up the furious Chen Mu, and slowly restrained Haki. "Brother, it's scary." The little girl fell to the ground with a frightened face, wiping her tears with her two little hands. This time, Chen Mu really panicked. I saw that he hurriedly released the hand holding Tanaka's eyebrows, and squatted down, trying to comfort her, but he didn't know how to speak. It was also thanks to Chen Mu that he restrained the conqueror, otherwise everyone would still be stuck in place. Seeing Chen Mu's helpless look, Robin, who was wearing a white short skirt, couldn't help shaking his head, walked up slowly, and said to Chen Mu, "Let me come." Then, without waiting for Chen Mu to react, he took off the blue pearl necklace on his chest and put it on for the little girl. The little girl who kept crying suddenly stopped, slowly raised her head, and looked at Robin with a bewildered face. And Robin, the confidant eldest sister, is sweet Isho, hugged the little girl, then glanced at Chen Mu speechlessly, and said helplessly, "Don't be in a daze, get up quickly." Oh. Chen Mu hurriedly nodded and stood up from the ground. Looking at Chen Mu, who was still helpless, Robin shook his head amusingly, and said with a joke, "What are you looking at? Aren't you going to give the children a 1 million berry job? Hurry up and bring the children here." After that, Robin looked at the little girl with tears in his arms gently, scratched her little nose lightly, and turned to Chen Mu and said, "Let's take them to new clothes first." After speaking, while teasing the little girl, he walked towards the big shopping mall where he came. Looking at Chen Mu who was still in a daze, everyone laughed lightly, one by one, holding the children's little hands, and slowly walked into the big shopping mall. It was over. Nami turned her head and shouted to Chen Mu, "Uncle, why are you still standing there? I don't have the money to pay for it." Chen Mu was stunned for a moment, then nodded hurriedly, and said with a smile, "You guys buy it, I'll just pay in the end." After speaking, Chen Mu watched everyone walk into the gate of the luxurious shopping mall. The smile on his face faded instantly. He turned his head to look at Bakura, who was terrified, and Tanaka, who had passed out, and said coldly, "Go back and tell Disolo that I want these children." Bakura still opened his mouth slightly and looked at Chen Mu with a dull expression. Chen Mu didn't delay. After giving her a light glance, he followed everyone's direction and ran into the mall. Chapter 74 Unwilling to read. Not long after Chen Mu and others walked into the mall, Disolo, who was on the top floor of the King of Going Hotel, saw all this through a video phone bug. As expected of a guy with a bounty of billions, even the crew around him is so annoying. Disolo's mouth grinned in a cold arc. Baccarat fleeing in a hurry in the video and Tanaka being carried away by the guards. Disolo grinned, picked up the phone bug wrapped in going around him, and dialed a special number. After a few seconds, the call was connected. I saw that the phone bug wearing a going helmet opened his eyes instantly, and then opened his mouth with a dull grin. Hum. That's rare, Disolo. Da Flamingo's slightly mocking voice came from the going armor-clad phone bug. Disolo twitched the corner of his mouth, licked his ears, and said, "Joke, your voice is still so annoying." After a pause, Disolo's expression slowly became solemn, and he pondered, "A bounty of 1 billion heads, are you interested?" "Oh, let's talk about it." Da Flamingo's mouth twitched, waiting for Disolo's next words. "Hey, the supernova that shines in big events, you should be interested," Disolo said confidently. "The straw hat." "Hey, that's right." Disolo's grin became more and more public. He sipped the yellow champagne in his glass lightly, and said sternly, "Come here, I also found a tricky guy." "Pause," he said again. "I only give you 2 days, it's out of date." "I'll do it myself, he. After that, Disaro hung up the phone directly, leaned back on the going sofa, and laughed wildly. On the other side, Brother Ming, who was sitting by the pool, looked at the phone that was suddenly hung up. He was obviously stunned for a few seconds, and then laughed evilly. "This bastard. ... On the other side, the mall of the Grand Disolo. Robin led a little girl in a white princess dress with a faint smile and walked out of the mall first. Followed by Nami with her hands full of clothing bags. And the little boy with missing teeth who was taken away by Nami also changed into a brand new white suit at the moment and followed Nami closely. At the same time, the little boy's neck and hands were covered with clothing bags of different colors. Chen Mu, who came out immediately, twitched at the corners of his mouth. Not that he cares about money, he just thinks. It's not the big boss who tells the money, why does the big boss still want to carry something? That's right, at this time, Chen Mu had several handbags hanging not only on his hands and neck, but also on his shoulders. Luckily, all the male compatriots did not have the idea of shopping, and each led a little boy in a white dress and slowly walked out of the golden and luxurious gate of the mall. After the group walked out of the mall, they saw that Baccarat and Tanaka had disappeared, and they didn't care. They each led a little boy into the most central area of the big solo, the King of Going Hotel. At this time, Disaro sat on the big going sofa, looked at the white-clothed gentlemen chatting among themselves in the banquet hall, pouted his lips boringly, and drank the champagne in his hand. Is Mr. Disolo being bothered by something? Karina, who was wearing a short black dress, said with a smile as she filled Disolo's glass. Worrying, that's not. Disolo pouted. Afterwards, he raised his eyebrows and said helplessly, just thinking about giving that guy a piece of the pie makes me a little upset. That guy. Karina frowned and Vivi frowned, a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Disolo obviously didn't want to talk more on this topic, so he directly changed the topic and said, Where's Tanaka, how's it going? The sharp-minded Karina quietly kept her eyes open, and then turned to Disolo, who was looking at her, and said with a face full of issue, the doctor said that Mr. Tanaka is not in serious trouble, but that he has suffered a certain degree of mental shock. Just take a night off. Quote. Hearing this, Disolo raised his brows, gave a faint, and stopped talking. On the other hand, Chen Mu and others also successfully entered the amusement city. Is this the amusement city? Well, spacious, Luffy exclaimed excitedly. Looking at the luxurious golden hall, which is divided into upper and lower floors, everyone's eyes lit up. Very well, then let's go and show off our skills. Speaking, Luffy waved his fist with a look of excitement, and was about to rush to the deepest part of the hall. Luffy, wait a minute. Seeing this, Nami hurriedly stopped Luffy. What's wrong, Nami? Luffy turned his head in confusion. I saw Nami stroked her forehead with a sigh and said helplessly, the general currency of Amusement City is a bargaining chip, you can't use berries. Hearing this, the smiles on everyone's faces slowly converged, and they fell into contemplation. After a short silence for a few seconds, Sanji's eyes suddenly lit up and he said excitedly, "I'll go and ask you guys." After he finished speaking, he ran away. When everyone saw this, they were all confused. What does Sanji like to gamble? Just when everyone was puzzled, Chen-Yu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth and pointed to Sanji in the distance. "Look at him like that." Everyone turned their heads and looked around, only to see Sanji standing in front of a bunny girl holding a champagne tray. "This beautiful lady, can you give me a glass of champagne? You can exchange it with me for a gentleman's company all night long." This idiot. Nami's forehead was covered with black lines, and the muscles in her face began to twitch. Just when Miss Bunny was embarrassed, Nami with a gloomy face suddenly appeared behind Sanji and clenched her fists hard. "Dua. G tilde. I'm sorry to bother you." Nami bowed her head and apologized to the bunny girl. Then, he turned around and dragged Sanji, whose eyes rolled, and returned to the crowd. "Let me go." Nami threw Sanji to Usopp, facing Chen-Yu with a solemn face. Chen-Yu looked at Nami with a bewildered expression, and said to himself, "Just go if you go, what are you looking at me for?" Fortunately, Nami knew enough about Chen-Yu to not confuse him for too long, and said directly, "The chip exchange in the Amusement City needs this." After speaking, Nami rubbed her fingers at Chen-Yu. Chen-Mu's eyes twitched. After a while, Nami was content with the 10 million berry rewarded by Chen-Yu and walked towards a waiter in a red suit and vest. Nami followed closely behind the waiter and walked to the far left, the chip counter surrounded by golden guardrails in all directions. The crowd looked at Chen-Yu with a strange look. "Uncle, you seem to be able to take out a lot of berries at any time, and you don't seem to have a place to put them." Usopp looked at Chen-Yu with a puzzled expression. After he finished speaking, he circled around Chen-Yu and looked at him from top to bottom. Chen-Mu's face instantly became embarrassed. At this moment, Zoro, who has always had the image of a cold and tough guy, also came over with a weird look and whispered in Chen-Mu's ear, "Don't say that you put it in your pocket in advance, I don't believe your pocket can still be used. Put down that knife." Chen-Mu's expression froze, and the words that were about to blurt out in his throat. Just when everyone was confused, Nami walked over with a smile on her face, carrying a silver suitcase in her right hand. "Everyone, what are you talking about?" Nami came over with a smile on her face. "Ah, no, nothing, we were just talking about how much we can earn tonight." Chen-Mu smirked and scratched his head, then hurriedly walked to Nami's side and whispered in his ear. "Usopp asked me to lend him 10 million berries, but I didn't agree, so he dragged Zoro to block me." After that, Chen-Mu glanced at Zoro and Uso who were confused. "General. Huh, is that so?" Nami glanced at the Zoro duo suspiciously, then turned to look at Chen-Mu. I saw Chen-Mu suddenly bow his head aggrieved and muttered softly, "I just said that my money belongs to Nami, and Nami disagrees that I can't use it easily." "I do and no." After they heard it, they kept pestering me and said. Chen-Mu complained to Nami with a wronged face. "What else?" Nami narrowed her eyes slightly, and a dangerous light flashed in her eyes. Also said that Nami knew how to spend money, and Barry would definitely not be able to save it with her. They plan to keep it for themselves in the future. Speaking, Chen-Mu hid behind Nami with a frightened face, and raised his eyebrows proudly at the two of Zoro. Exclamation mark. Nami was instantly angry. In an instant, the long orange hair was automatically windless, and Nami's aura reached its peak in an instant, and then walked towards the two Zoro with a gloomy face. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly took a few steps back, away from Zoro and Usopp who were in cold sweat. Usopp's teeth were trembling, and he said with a look of fear, "Nami. You, calm down, it's definitely not what Uncle said." Zoro was also sweating on his forehead, and subconsciously took a half step back. No, none of my business. However, for the two who touched Nami's sensitive bottom line, it is useless to say a flower, the only solution is Dua. Dua. G. Zoro and Usopp hunched over, each with an enthusiastic, big bag, on their heads. On the other hand, Nami clapped her hands contentedly, lifted the silver suitcase beside her feet, and smiled lightly. Let's go and make a fortune. After finishing speaking, Nami went straight to the deepest part. Chenmu gloatingly glanced at Zoro and hurriedly followed. Strange brother. The little girl who witnessed all this muttered in a low voice, and then was held by Robin, who had an elegant smile, and raised her feet to follow Chenmu and Nami. Then, let's go, Luffy yelled with a smile on his face, and ran out. I'm going too. Chopper stepped on his short legs and followed closely. You too, wait a minute. Nami exclaimed and quickly chased after her. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads and chuckled, then each held the child in their arms and chased after them. Naturally, Nami, who was wearing high heels, couldn't catch up with Luffy, so she had to slow down in front of the huge golden arch. The welcoming lady in the bunny costume also saw the confusion on Nami's face, and walked up slowly to introduce her. Hello, the turtle car competition that guests can also participate in here. The entry fee is 1 million berry ones. Nami opened her mouth slightly, and said with a surprised look, 1 million. Wan Bailey. Bunny girl to Nami's sweet Isho, counted as a response. Just as Luffy and the others entered the turtle racing arena, Chenmu walked quietly to Robin's side, and after whispering a few words to him, he silently nodded the little girl's head and walked to the golden elevator at the end of the hall alone. Guest, please stop. The two black-clothed guards waiting by the elevator hurriedly stopped Chenmu. Chenmu frowned, looked at the two of them a little unhappily, then glanced at the closed golden elevator door, and said lightly, why, VIP guests can't enter here. The two black-clothed guards hesitated for a moment. Just when the atmosphere was getting embarrassing, Bakura, who had a cautious face, slowly stepped aside. Dignified guests, please don't be angry. There is a rule on the Grand Disalo that guests must have 50 million bells before they can enter the VIP room. After speaking, he smiled slightly stiffly. Oh, is it? Chenmu glanced at Bakura lightly, then slowly stretched his right hand towards her chest. Guest. Bakura hurriedly covered his chest with his hands and closed his eyes in panic. In an instant, a flash of white confusion flashed, and a bulging purse appeared on Chenmu's right hand. I just have 50 million left, can I go in now? Hearing this, Bakura hurriedly opened his eyes, stared blankly at the huge purse in front of him, and stammered, yes. Well, then gate of opening. Chenmu casually put down the money bag, then turned to face the guard who was also in a daze. Yes, guest. The black-clothed guard hurriedly turned around and pressed the button on the wall lightly. With the sound of ding, the golden elevator door with a length of 3 meters and a width of 3 meters slowly opened to both sides. Chenmu didn't care about the purse behind him, and walked in directly. Then, looking at Bakura who was still in a daze, he said in a flat tone, why, do you want the guests to go in alone? Hearing this, Bakura's delicate body trembled, and he instantly woke up and hurriedly chased in. At the same time, he said to the guard at the door, go and exchange the money for chips, and then quickly notify Mr. Tanaka. After saying that, the elevator door closed and quickly ascended upwards. After about tens of seconds, the elevator stopped with a ding sound, and the pointer on the elevator door also stopped on the VIP room. Bakura, who was gradually calming down, took a breath and smiled at Chenmu. The VIP room is filled with distinguished guests. If you want to enter the room, you need not only wealth, but also some special features. Way to enter. Quote. Hearing this, Chenmu lightly glanced at Bakura, who had a confident face, and said lightly, the special method you mentioned should be to let Disalo inside control these going deformations, so as to turn this wall that looks like a door rather than a door. Open, right? The smile on Bakura's face froze. Chenmu turned his head, stretched out his hand and touched the ladder door in front, and continued, the other way is to use Tanaka's ability to wear fruit, I'm not wrong. Bakura's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at the bald man in horror. How? He knows everything. At this moment, the atmosphere in the elevator was as quiet as a pool of stagnant water. However, Chenmu didn't intend to spend more time in this elevator. He slowly pulled back the right hand holding going's ladder door, clenched his fist and charged up. It's just a going door, I can punch it. After that, Chenmu's expression instantly became solemn, the whole person's momentum rose rapidly, and a violent whirling airflow suddenly appeared in the elevator, converging towards Chenmu's fist. Guest, please stop. Bakura leaned against the wall, covering his chest with his slender arms, while pressing down on the hem of his skirt that was dancing wildly. Chenmu turned a deaf ear, his sharp eyes fixed on the going ladder door in front of him. Just at this critical moment, a thin blue electric current flashed, and the going ladder door slowly opened to both sides. Seeing this, Chenmu sneered, and his clenched right fist slowly loosened. HMPH, you have to force me, a scholar, to be rough. Chapter 75 Breaking the Limiter Again. On the other hand, Luffy and the others have earned enough 30 million berry one after another through tortoise cars, lucky draw machines and boxing matches, and are sitting on the sofa in the lounge. Looking at the blue-edged gold-backed chips piled up on a table, everyone cheered. It's amazing, I actually made 30 million berries. Nami's eyes lit up with wealth. At this moment, Brook, who was beside him, stretched out his bones and clasped his forehead, and said with a pity, but it's still a little short. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Brook behind the sofa. Usopp raised his brows, looked at Brook suspiciously, and said suspiciously, what's wrong? Brook sighed wistfully, and said, that bald guy is almost 35 million for the meal and boat fees that Nami cheated. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then turned their heads to look at Nami. I saw Nami lowered her head slightly, making it impossible to see the expression on her face. But fortunately, the lounge is bright enough, but everyone can see the blue veins on Nami's forehead beating wildly. Everyone's expressions changed, and they all retreated from the sofa area. Lu-K. Nami's whole body trembled slightly, and she squeezed Brook's name out of her clenched teeth. What is cheating? You tell me clearly. Nami was in a frenzy, raising her fist and hitting Brook, who was confused. With a bang, the confused Brook didn't even have time to close his chin, and fell to the ground so straight. Everyone wiped their sweat with lingering fears, and secretly said, it's so dangerous. Obviously, Brook's idea was thought of by others, but because of Nami's majesty, he controlled his mouth and didn't say it out. Fortunately, this guy Brook is already a dead person, and a little hammer pain is nothing to him. Well, he should be used to it. On the other side, Chenmu slowly walked out of the golden elevator while turning his wrist. The first thing that caught Chenmu's eyes was the overall red and gold layout style, which was similar to an ancient inn as a whole. The whole layout consists of upper, middle and lower floors, which is open. Chenmu's location was on the third floor, and it was the only place to go in and out, and down to the second floor where there were already a few guests. The second floor surrounds the first floor and is slightly wider than the third floor. There are 3 semicircular luxurious sofas on each side, and a long table for 2 people to sit next to the guardrail, but they are hard chairs. VIP guests on the first floor intuitively. The most conspicuous thing on the second floor is not the people who are staring at them, but on the 4 corners of the south, north and west, there is a red gold fire pillar 5 meters high and half a meter thick, burning a group of red on it. The flames lit up every corner. Further down, there is a large staircase with a red carpet. Chen Mu walked down the stairs and came directly to the center of the entire VIP room. Dozens of well-dressed guests were kneeling on the square futon on the ground, surrounded by a long purple table 10 meters long and 2 meters wide. The purple table has no corners, it is almost a piece of luxurious wooden board that is a little thicker, and it is placed directly on the ground. There are 2 white squares on the top and bottom of the purple table, with the words, single, and double, printed on them, a total of 6. Chen Mu glanced at the 10-meter giant wearing only white loincloth on both sides, pouted slightly, walked to a square futon, and sat down casually. When Chen Mu was seated, the guests on both sides looked at him in unison, with a faint disgust in their eyes. Chen Mu didn't care, and said in a lazy tone, "I don't have the habit of kneeling and sitting. If you don't like it, I can throw you out." Everyone frowned when they heard the words. But thinking that this was Disolo's territory, he swallowed his breath unwillingly, turned his head and continued to look at the gaming table. At the same time, a strong man in black, chewing gum, glanced at Chen Mu disdainfully, and the corner of his mouth drew an intriguing arc. Chen Mu's senses were so keen, he immediately sensed Deus' hostility. The slightly drooping head lifted instantly, and a pair of cold eyes stared directly at the sturdy 5-meter giant. Deus, who was stared at by Chen Mu, skipped a beat in his heart and took a step back subconsciously. "You." Deus's pupils dilated, he fell down with a terrified face, and pointed at Chen Mu, you, for a long time, but he didn't hold back the second half of the sentence. Seeing this, Chen Mu's round eyes slowed down, but his brows were slightly wrinkled, and he said impatiently, "You'd better put your fingers down for me." Hearing this, Deus instantly retracted his right hand. "Oh, so good." Chen Mu disdained Isho, then turned his head indifferently, looked at Baccarat behind him, and said, "Where are my chips?" "Ah, here." Baccarat stepped forward quickly and put the 2 silver suitcases in his hands beside Chen Mu. Due to the excessive movement, the black cheongsam that was slit up to the waist was a feast for someone's eyes. Chen Mu secretly swallowed his saliva, and reluctantly looked away from the pair of straight and slender thighs, and looked at the 2 silver suitcases. Then, facing Deus, who stood up slowly against the steel dice cup, he said coldly, "All pairs." Seeing Chen Mu Wang coming, Deus shuddered subconsciously, and was stunned in place. Vivi twitched at the corner of Chen Mu's mouth, and complained in his heart. This guy's level bounty is definitely not much higher than Usopp's. Although Chen Mu only briefly released a trace of Conqueror Haki, he forgot that he was a real upper-level top Haki user, and even a brief moment was enough to make such a small character tremble with fear. "Hey, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and roll the dice." A masked man in a black suit was suddenly displeased and couldn't help shouting. However, the pressure of the upper Haki, how can it be relieved in just a short time? Seeing this, Chen Mu pouted his lips boringly, and said with disgust, "Okay, let me go." After that, Chen Mu got up and walked towards the huge dice cup made of black iron, while Deus scrambling to the side, gasping violently. I saw Chen Mu walk to Dice's original position, glanced lightly at the 2 steel dice that were 1 meter square, hooked his toes lightly, and was kicked into the air with ease by him. At this moment, Luffy and others also came to this VIP room, and the big-headed guard standing next to him, Mr. Tanaka. "Hey, Uncle." Luffy immediately found Chen Mu in the field and shouted directly. "Huh." Chen Mu heard the sound and looked up at the elevator on the 3rd floor. For a moment, his thoughts drifted away, and he remembered the plot of his previous life. "What's the matter? I have already taken Baccarat away, why did these idiots still come in?" Just when Chen Mu was thinking, the dice that was rolling at high speed in midair also tried his best. With the acceleration force of the rolling, it fell directly towards Chen Mu's head. Looking at the steel sieve that was smashed down quickly, Nami's beautiful eyes widened instantly, pointing at the sieve above Chen Mu's head, and exclaiming tenderly, "Uncle, be careful." Nami's voice reached Chen Mu's ears in time, pulling back his wandering thoughts. "Huh, be careful of what?" Chenmu tilted his head in confusion. Look at the head, Nami exclaimed again. Hearing this, although Chenmu was puzzled, he still looked up subconsciously. But, too late. Bang, bang, two heavy steel giant dice, one after the other, smashed on Chenmu's bare head one after another. Everyone present shrank their necks in unison, their eyes narrowed into slits, and they looked like they were empathizing. Just the sound, it hurts. This time, the client, Mr. Chen Muchen, turned red on his forehead at a speed visible to the naked eye. Uncle, Nami looked at Chenmu worriedly. At this moment, the two huge steel dice slowly stopped. 2 threes, an even number wins. The frightened dealer number 2 hiding behind the dice cup responsibly reported the number of the dice. Note, Dicey is the biggest dealer in the VIP room. Because he is often addicted to the happy headbutting, he can't report the dice immediately, so he is equipped with a deputy, the dealer who is responsible for the screening. Although Baccarat's smile was stiff, he still complimented him very professionally. No. As expected of you, luck is really strong. However, Chenmu bared his teeth in pain, and the fingers of Vivi's curved hands trembled irregularly. Hiss, it hurts, it hurts. Chenmu sucked in the cold air, and at the same time, he complained in his heart, what the hell is this, it's so heavy, it hurts me to death. Just as Chenmu screamed in pain, a certain restraint in his body was trembling imperceptibly. Lucky fruit takes effect, host level +1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current level, 1001. Close black lens bracket. Why did Chenmu cry out in pain from being smashed by steel? Because he broke through. The moment the body breaks through the limit, the body's ability to fight back will return to its original state, which is level 0. Fortunately, it's just that the anti-attack ability has been restored to the factory settings, and the defenses are still there. Otherwise, even if the brain is not broken, it will be a severe concussion. Soon, Nami sat down with the drowsy Chenmu, and Baccarat also placed the 50 million chips Chenmu won by his side. Seeing this, Nami threw away Chenmu's arm and ran directly to the stack of chips, with the symbol flashing in her eyes. Everyone was speechless. Crack, clap, clap. A burst of unhurried applause sounded from behind the crowd. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the red-clothed figure descending the ladder. Welcome to the Grand Disolo. Disolo spread his hands to the crowd with a smile on his face, like a warmly welcoming host. It's Lord Disolo, Baccarat explained to everyone with a smile. Disaro. Luffy turned his head in confusion and looked at the concave and convex Baccarat. Baccarat smiled and nodded. Good evening, everyone, I'm the owner of this boat, my name is Guild Disolo. He said with a kind smile. This, Luffy pointed directly at Disolo, and said with a stunned expression, it's you, the man known as the king of the entertainment city. Then, Luffy put his hands on his hips and said seriously, I am the man who wants to become One Piece King of Pirates. Hearing this, Usopp's facial muscles twitched, and he complained to Luffy, what are you comparing? And Disolo didn't care, still maintaining a gentleman's smile, and said, haha, it's really my honor to have the One Piece King of Pirates in the future. By the way, the future Lord One Piece King of Pirates, please be sure to have a fight with me. You must have the courage to refuse it. After finishing speaking, Disaro glanced at Chenmu, who had fainted on the ground, and then raised his eyebrows at Luffy, provocative, beyond words. A fight. Luffy frowned slightly, looking at Disolo in confusion. Disolo didn't care either, kept a smile, and walked to a futon. This futon is about 10 positions away from Chenmu. Looking at Disolo who was sitting far away, Baccarat froze for a moment, then looked down at Chenmu, who was in a coma, and instantly understood. After Disolo sat cross-legged, he turned to look at Luffy on the left, and said loudly, if you win, I will pay you 10 times your stake. After a pause, facing Luffy's mysterious issue, he continued, Of course, if you lose, I won't ask you to pay 10 times your stake, just pay the original stake. After all, I can't spend too much money, I just think this is enough to stimulate, what do you think? Luffy said confidently, okay, I won't lose anyway. Luffy sat down with his legs crossed. Usopp on the side leaned towards Nami with a solemn expression and whispered, no. No problem. On the other hand, Nami, who pretended to be calm, secretly clenched her fists and comforted her, it's okay. It's okay, we are very lucky now, I believe in Luffy's luck. Okay, all in even numbers. Luffy shouted aggressively at the dealer. But Disolo in the distance suddenly said lightly, the future One Piece King of Pirates, that one. Should be your crew member, do you want to share his share with you? Press it. Crew. Luffy followed Disolo's gaze and looked at Chen Yu, who had fainted beside him. Immediately, he waved his hand and said, okay. Then put the uncle's share together. Luffy. Usopp hurriedly reached out to block, but was still a step behind. On the other hand, a drop of cold sweat quietly slipped from Nami's forehead. This was not fear, but the attributes of a thief cat, which made her a little uncontrollably excited. It's been a long time since I stole such a huge amount of treasure, even though it belonged to my uncle. Nami's heartbeat accelerated a lot. At this time, Disolo said again, if there are only 100 million, it doesn't seem to be in line with the identity of One Piece King of Pirates. Immediately, the corners of Disolo's mouth twitched and he said with a wicked smile, well, I'll lend you 1 billion, if you win, you will have 10 billion in return, if you lose. Then you stay for I work, after all you're worth. 1 billion. Hearing this, Robin frowned indistinctly, as if he felt something was wrong. Okay, then press 1 billion, I am the future One Piece King of Pirates, I will never lose to you. Luffy responded confidently. Wait, Nami exclaimed urgently. But it was still a step behind. Under this huge benefit, Nami, the financial director, was also carried away and failed to stop Luffy at the first time. Ha ha ha, okay. Disolo rubbed his palms and laughed, then glanced at Bakura who was still in a daze, and said coldly, Bakura, why are you still standing there, why don't you serve Lord One Piece King of Pirates? Quote. Hearing this, Bakura's body trembled, and he hurriedly looked away from Chen Yu, and hurriedly walked towards Luffy. As he walked, he took off his black velvet gloves. This subtle action was noticed by the cautious Robin. Luffy, wait a minute. Robin waved to Luffy hastily. However, Robin also took a step slower, only to see Bakura's slender palm slowly patted on Luffy's shoulder. As expected of Lord Luffy, I admire you so much. Bakura looked back at Luffy's sweet Isho. At this moment, the thin banker who had been trembling all the time, said with a little hesitation, Master Disolo, now, I can't open the dice. After speaking, the thin bookmaker slowly stretched out his hand and pointed at Deus who was sitting beside him. Disolo looked at the situation and saw Deus sitting in a ball, trembling all over. What's wrong with Disolo asked with a frown. Hearing this, the thin banker turned his head with a trembling face, and looked at Chen Yu, who fell unconscious on the ground. Chapter 76 The Besieged Crowd. Is it him again? Desaro rolled his eyes at Chen Yu, who was drowsy beside Luffy, and couldn't help frowning. However, seeing that Chen Yu seemed to be really falling into a drowsiness, Disolo was not procrastinating, he turned his head to look at the 2 steel dice, and said indifferently. Since no one, let me come. After that, he stretched his right arm forward, his 5 fingers bent into a claw shape, and grabbed the golden red giant pillar on the side. A dense blue electric light flashed across his palm. Going dragon body coiled around the red giant pillar seemed to be alive, and swooped towards the steel giant dice with a ferocious face. As the wind howled, the going dragon first grabbed a giant steel die and threw it into the air. The other giant die was swept away by the golden dragon's tail and rolled violently upwards. It's amazing. Luffy's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help exclaiming. Hearing this, Disolo raised his head proudly. Quote. Everyone was speechless for a while. Afterwards, everyone turned their heads and looked solemnly at the rapidly falling giant dice. Clang, clang tilde. Two dull sounds of gold and iron sounded, and the giant dice had already fallen into the steel giant dice cup. At this moment, Disolo raised his right hand lightly in the direction of the dice cup, and said with a chuckle, to show fairness, the task of opening the dice is left to you, how about it? After a pause, he added, of course, if you think this cup is too heavy, I can also serve it again. After all, Disaro glanced at everyone contemptuously, and the raised right hand slowly rotated for half a circle, and held it into a claw again. Just as Disolo's palm was surrounded by electric light, a slightly low voice came from the side. Don't bother, let me do it. Chen Mu, who was lying on the ground, waved at Disolo while rubbing his temples. Hearing this, Disolo's smile froze, and his right hand shrouded in electric light also stopped in the air embarrassingly. After a few seconds, the pain on Chen Mu's face gradually disappeared. Left hand moved away from the temple and went directly to Luffy's shoulder. Uncle. Luffy turned his head suspiciously. Seeing the doubts in Luffy's eyes, Chen Mu shook his head gently, and then took a little help from Luffy's shoulder with his left hand, and slowly sat up from the ground. Anyway, if you are idle, you are idle. The task of dice. Leave it to me, Chen Mu said with a smile. Oh. As soon as the words fell, Chen Mu stood up from the ground, going straight to the huge dice cup. Seeing Chen Mu walking towards the dice cup, Disolo cast an inquiring look at Bakura beside Luffy. As for Bakura, Vivi pursed his lips and lowered his head in confusion. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder to himself, why do I always have no confidence in front of him? Seeing Bakura's abnormal expression, Disolo didn't think much of it. After all, he could trust Bakura's ability. In a moment, Chen Mu stepped to the side of the dice cup, raised his right hand slightly, and pressed it against the cold iron wall. Just when everyone was holding their breath, Chen Mu, who was about to touch the dice cup, suddenly turned his head and said to Luffy Vivi Isho. Oh, what a coincidence, I also like even numbers. After saying that, his right hand accelerated instantly and slapped directly on the heavy steel dice cup. Hum tilde tilde tilde. A long trembling sound resounded throughout the audience. Everyone frowned slightly, still staring at the giant steel cup in Chen Mu's palm. If this thing doesn't break, the uncle will be ashamed, Usopp said in Nami's ear with a mean face. Just when Nami's expression was slightly embarrassed, a slight click sounded abruptly. The crowd watched intently. I saw Chen Mu's right hand slowly lift away from the iron wall, then turned the back of his hand, put his middle finger on his index finger, and flicked it lightly. Click, click. On the iron wall of the giant steel dice, the cracks were dense in an instant, and countless iron pieces began to fall down. In an instant, the huge crack had spread to the entire dice cup. Chen Mu's mouth cornered Vivi, his hands were inserted into his trouser pockets, and he took a step back with a relaxed expression. Whoa, the entire steel dice cup shattered in an instant. Everyone hurried forward and looked at the two giant dice in the pile of broken iron. This is a 5, Nami exclaimed. Where's the other one? Chopper looked anxiously at Nami as he climbed up Brook's pant leg. Since the other one just happened to be blocked by Chen Mu's figure, Nami hurriedly moved to the side, while secretly praying in her heart. Please, please, it must be singular. Just when everyone was looking forward to it, Nami, who was the closest to dice, suddenly froze in place. This made everyone in the straw hats instantly raise their hearts to their throats. Yes, it's a 3. Bakura, who followed Nami, suddenly shrank his pupils and exclaimed. The skinny dealer, who had seen the points for a long time, had quietly retreated behind the giant sumo wrestler, looking at Disolo in horror. I saw that the smile on Disolo's face instantly subsided, and a terrifying cold light shot out from his slightly narrowed eyes. "Baccarat, you read it wrong." Disselow's tone became very cold. Baccarat was stunned for a moment, then slowly turned his head to look at Disselow, and in his slightly trembling mouth, he whispered softly, "Lord Disselow." "Go down." Disselow snorted coldly. Then, his left hand waved fiercely at Baccarat, and lightning flashed in his palm. Going dragons on the left and right broke away from the red giant pillars and rushed towards Baccarat. Seeing this, Chen Mu raised his eyelids and looked indifferently at the two galloping going dragons. The blink of an eye, the going dragon also crashed in front of Baccarat, and one of the going dragon claws was only half a meter away from the iron die. With a sound of chang, a slender white sword light flashed across the air in an instant. The two galloping going dragons instantly stopped in midair. The atmosphere of dead silence lasted about 2 or 3 seconds, and a fine click sounded into everyone's ears instantly. "Impossible." Disselow's eyes widened and he roared suddenly. As if in response to Disselow's call, the two giant going dragons that were horizontal in the air instantly cracked into countless tiny gold nuggets, scattered all over the floor. On the other hand, Chen Mu turned around calmly and said to Disselow, whose face was full of shock, "Hee, is it the first time for hockey to go upstairs?" At the same time, in this silent VIP hall, there was also a person with a shocked expression on his face. Armament hockey can be attached to the blade that burst out of the air, and it is also a high-level armament that blasts from the inside. That's right, it was the other knife maker present, Zoro, who was equally shocked. If only with a sharp blade, he could cut the going dragon into 2 pieces, Zoro might be able to do it. However, with just one slash, the target can be directly shaken into several pieces, which seems to be upper armament hockey. Zoro, who had the dream of being the world's greatest swordsman, instantly felt the pressure like a giant mountain overturning, crushing him to the point of being unable to move. No wonder he didn't want to fight with me, it was because I was too weak. Zoro laughed self-deprecatingly. Upper hockey. Disselow's pupils shrank suddenly, and he took 2 steps back with a look of astonishment. Just when the atmosphere was extremely solemn, Han Luffy scratched his head and said to Disselow, "Yes, Uncle's hockey has always been strong, and my hockey also learned from Uncle." After speaking, Luffy buttoned his nostrils calmly. However, everyone was shocked and looked at Luffy in shock. "I taught you." "Yeah, if you don't believe me, ask Uncle." Luffy continued to clasp his nostrils, looking back at everyone with a indifferent face. Chen Mu looked at the crowd with a stunned expression, and nodded stunned as a response. At this moment, everyone fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Chen Mu raised his brows and sighed in his heart, "Hey. I've caused trouble for myself again." At this moment, Disselow, who was resigned, was ready to leave. I saw it secretly made a gesture to Tanaka, the big head behind him, and then winked at Baccarat who was in panic, signaling her to come over quickly. Baccarat and Disaro have worked together for many years, and naturally he easily understood the meaning in his eyes. I saw Baccarat spread out his hands, walked towards Disselow, and said with a smile, "Lord Disselow, Luffy's luck is really too strong, we should be friends with such a person." Disselow also looked at Luffy thoughtfully, and then nodded heavily, "Yes, the future One Piece King of Pirates must be him." Everyone looked at the two of them inexplicably, and Luffy laughed happily, like a idiot. Although Chen Mu didn't understand why the two would say such a thing at this time, he was able to guess at Tanaka who was getting closer to Disselow. "If you don't, you can't fight but want to escape." Thinking of this, Chen Mu suddenly felt a little funny. "This is your own home. I see where you can escape. If you can't get 1 billion, I will dismantle the gold to pay off the debt." Chen Mu crossed his arms and watched Disselow's 3 get together. In his thoughts, Tanaka, who was wearing a black guard uniform, had walked slowly behind the two of them, and silently pressed his hands to their backs. And Robin, who has always been inexplicably hostile to Baccarat, naturally noticed the strange movements of the three. Immediately, he shouted urgently, "Hurry up and stop them." Baccarat raised his head slightly, glanced at Robin coldly, and smiled tenderly, "It's too late." Before he finished speaking, a purple light flashed across Tanaka's body, and the three of them instantly sank into the floor. And where the three of them were standing, 6 fair and slender arms appeared in an instant, and those white and delicate little hands hurriedly grasped, but they fluttered in the air. Seeing this, Chen Yu shook his brows indiscernibly, and secretly complained, "Oh, I caught a loneliness." Seeing that he couldn't catch the three of them, Robin didn't care. He put down his crossed arms, and looked at Chen Yu calmly. Robin knew that the actions of Disolo and the three caught everyone by surprise, but among the people present, at least Chen Yu was able to catch 2 of them instantly. As for why he let them go, that's unknown. Chen Yu was also keenly aware of Robin's sight, and immediately turned his head to look back at Robin with the same calm expression. "It seems, not going to explain." At this moment, Nami's hysterical screams resounded throughout the VIP hall. "My 10 billion berries." Chen Yu was also startled by this sudden voice, and hurriedly turned to look at Nami, who was crying. Just as he was about to speak a few words of comfort, he was taken one step ahead by his confidant elder sister Robin. "Nami, don't be sad, look at the appearance of Uncle, he must know what to do." Robin knelt in front of Nami, holding her little face with pear flowers and rain lightly in both hands. "Really, really." While sobbing softly, Nami looked at Chen Yu, whose facial muscles were twitching, with her tearful eyes. Chen Yu choked for a while. "Uncle." Chen Yu Vivi sighed and said helplessly, "I don't know where to go to find this tens of billions after Disolo is gone." Seeing that Nami was about to cry again, Chen Yu hurriedly said, "But we can go and snatch the pure gold to pay off the debt." Hearing this, Nami's cry stopped, and a golden light gradually lit up in her tearful eyes. I saw that she stood up from the ground in an instant, waved at Luffy and others. Haki said, "Everyone, let's go immediately and dismantle it for me." Aware of the seriousness of the matter, the crowd dispersed, spreading their feet and running outside. As the three main forces, he was not spared. Zoro casually put his right hand on the handle of the knife, followed behind everyone, and slowly stepped up the stairs. Sanji, on the other hand, lit a cigarette helplessly, and followed Zoro with his left hand holding Luffy, who was still picking his nostrils. Watching them leave. It's impossible to leave, because without Disolo's control, the fake elevator door wouldn't be able to open at all. For a while, everyone was actually blocked in this VIP hall. Chang, the heavy sword Chu Shui and the 3 generations of ghosts slowly unsheathed. Everyone turned back and looked at Zoro, who was slowly stepping up the stairs, and slowly backed away to both sides to make way for him. Zoro held the 2 knives and walked slowly to the golden ladder door. The black armament instantly wrapped around the 2 knives. At the same time, he snorted softly. "Tu Gang Li Luo, power slash." As soon as the voice fell, the black double-edged blades were like 2 fine black lines, and they slashed across in an instant. So strong. Everyone was stunned by Solo's momentum, and a drop of sweat fell from the forehead. Just as everyone was holding their breath, 2 cracks about 5 meters long appeared on the huge golden ladder door, and they were still cracking. "Success!" Chopper exclaimed excitedly. However, just as everyone rejoiced, a faint blue current flashed across the golden ladder door. It was precisely because of this electric current that the incomparably thick golden ladder door stopped cracking instantly. The originally scattered golden fragments also turned into pools of golden liquid, which were repaired towards the cracks. Chapter 77 The Price of Breaking the Limiter. For a time, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Green algae head, let me. Sanji frowned slightly and whispered to Zoro, "S back." Crap. Finish speaking. Zoro cut him off with a snort and forcibly interrupted, which caused Sanji's outstretched right hand to freeze in the air. The people who retreated to both sides earlier were also interrupted by Zoro's drink, which interrupted their thinking, so they looked away from the going crack and looked at Zoro, who was slowly putting the autumn water into the scabbard. Zoro, this is... Usopp turned his head in confusion and looked at Brook beside him. Wearing a white gentleman's top hat, Brook did not respond to Usopp's gaze, still staring at Zoro tightly. Obviously, he didn't understand either, but he didn't want to be seen through by Usopp. With a sound of chang, the heavy sword shrouded in autumn water. Zoro stood up slowly. The three-generation ghost held in his right hand was covered with a pitch-black armament, and a purple light flashed across its surface. Black knife. One shot. However, the black knife state alone does not seem to satisfy Zoro. I saw Zoro's complexion returning to calm, the right hand holding the knife slowly raised above his head, and a strange black mist slowly appeared on the knife surrounded by purple and black rays of light, like a black giant python, surrounding up. Ghost Chi, Purgatory Ghost Slash. Zoro snorted, his right hand slashed instantly. The moment the knife was swung, the black mist on the knife suddenly spread, pulling everyone into the dark mist. And at the moment when everyone was swallowed by the dark fog, a dark sword light flew out of the black fog and disappeared in a flash. This strange black fog not only blocked everyone's sight, but also swallowed the sound. And Nami Robin, who was on the first floor, looked at their companions who were suddenly swallowed by the black mist, and their pupils shrank. Second round flower. Typhoon weather. The two women let out a coquettish cry at the same time, trying to pull everyone out, blow away the fog. Wait a minute, Chen Yu shouted and forcibly interrupted the two women's moves. Uncle. Nami looked at Chen Yu suspiciously. Robin, on the other hand, looked at Chen Yu with a calm expression on his face. He had no intention of putting his hands on his chest. Obviously, if Chen Mu's words could not impress her, she would still take action to pull everyone out of the black fog. Seeing Robin's cold attitude, Chen Mu's eyes twitched and Vivi sighed softly. Don't worry, this black fog is just Zoro's move. A move. Nami hesitated, then turned to look at the black fog, and Robin also refocused on the black fog. Seeing that the attention of the two girls was diverted, Chen Yu continued, yes, this is Zoro's move. Although these black mists can be swallowed up in an instant, they will not harm the people trapped in them, because... Seeing the black fog rolling in more and more violently, Chen Yu groaned, because these black fogs are just the rear move of Zoro's sword. Chen Mu's voice just fell, as if to confirm what Chen Yu said. The violently rolling black mist stopped in an instant, and then frantically rushed in the direction of Zoro's sword. What a waste, Chen Yu murmured in his heart. Just as Chen Yu secretly complained, the thick black mist had madly rushed towards the crack of the golden ladder door, surrounding the crack, fighting against the constantly beating blue electric current. The blue currents want to repair the cracks, while the black fog is attached to the edges of the cracks, preventing these currents from shrinking the cracks or even repairing them. Obviously, Disolo, who has awakened his fruit ability, is not so easy to deal with, otherwise, the ghost fog of these different worlds will be enough to completely erode these goings. Everyone who escaped from the black fog hurried to Zoro's side, looked at the crack where the blue and black intersected, and froze in place for a while. Just as everyone stared at the thick black fog, the hairs all over their bodies began to stand upside down, and a hint of fear was born in their hearts. Ah, so comfortable tilde. Brook Vivi lifted his chin, slowly opened his arms and took a deep breath. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Brook, who had a look of enjoyment. And Usopp, a timid trio. On the other hand, he secretly swallowed his saliva and leaned towards Sanji subconsciously. At the same time, he said in a trembling voice, Satan. Satan. Just as everyone looked at Brook in surprise, Zoro's breathing gradually became heavier, and a red-black stern flashed across his right eye. I saw that his mouth was slightly opened. He slowly exhaled a black breath, and said softly, Crash. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 generations of ghosts who had entered the process of closing the knife instantly closed their sheaths, and the black fog that was constantly fighting against the blue current stopped rhythm instantly, and was squeezed into the middle by the gradually closing cracks, and was forced to synthesize a small black cyclone. A second later, the rapidly spinning black cyclone exploded instantly. The black wind whistled and swept across the large VIP hall. And the golden staircase door that bore the brunt was instantly blasted out a huge hole, revealing the splendid staircase. After a while, the strong wind stopped, turned into a faint mist, and floated back to Zoro. And everyone slowly took down the arms that were blocking them, and saw the scene in front of them. A giant hole that was 5 meters round appeared on the golden ladder door, but this time, the blue current did not appear again. On the other side, Desaro, who had already walked out of the entrance of the going tower, was in shape, and his eyes suddenly bulged. Lord Disalo. Looking at Disalo, who stopped suddenly, Bakura and Tanaka stopped for a moment and looked back at Disalo, who had a ferocious face. Lord Disalo, what's wrong with you? Bakura hurriedly stepped forward and helped Disalo away. Desaro raised his hand and stopped Bakura in place. Then, Disalo stared at Tanaka with gloomy eyes, and said coldly, "Phone bug, bring it here." Tanaka was stared at by Disalo's terrifying eyes, his hands trembled subconsciously, and then he hurriedly groped on his body. "Here, for you." Tanaka held the phone bug in both hands and handed it to Disalo tremblingly. Disalo grabbed the phone bug in Tanaka's hand, turned and walked to the other side, and said without looking back, "Don't follow me." Having said that, he walked towards a place alone, leaving Bakura and Tanaka behind, stunned and at a loss. Hey, which CP unit will deliver the gold in the sky this time? Disalo said gloomily to the phone bug. After a few seconds of silence, the person on the other end of the phone responded calmly, CP0. After a pause, he said again, "Is the gold in the sky ready?" "Hey." Disalo grinned and said with a grin, "No, this time the gold in the sky was taken away by a group of pirates." Desaro's voice just fell, and a harsh noise came from the other end of the phone. "Nothing more than some damn pirates, give me to kill them, or something like that." Hearing the sound, Disalo's mouth curled up, and he sneered in his heart. Sure enough, in the eyes of this group of stupid Tenryubito, there is only money. Lucci on the other end of the phone said in a cold voice, "I'll ask my subordinates to find you, so you can delay this group of pirates for now." Disalo was stunned and asked, "What about you?" "I need to protect the safety of Lord Tenryubito." Lucci responded coldly. Hearing the sound, Disalo pouted and said indifferently, "You all come directly to the King of Going Hotel, I'll be waiting for you here." "Yeah," Lucci responded flatly, paused, and asked in a deep voice, "It's which pirate group?" "Hee, $1 billion supernova, the Straw Hat Pirates." Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Lucci's eyes on the other end of the phone suddenly widened, and the blue veins on the back of his hands bulged directly. There was a heavy breathing sound from Disalo's phone, and he was stunned for a moment, then VV's mouth curled up, and he slandered in his heart. "It seems that the CP unit that came this time happens to be that guy. You arrange for someone to respond." After that, Lucci hung up the phone directly. On the other side, the people in the straw hats walked through the 5-meter giant hole and entered the luxurious elevator when they came. "How are we going to get down now?" Usopp groaned while pinching his chin. Everyone also turned their heads one after another, and began to look at the golden and luxurious ladder wall. Just when everyone was at a loss, Solo, who walked in slowly, looked left and right, and his left hand touched his waist again. "Don't. Zoro, calm down, stop drawing the knife." Usopp shook his head for a while, and hurriedly discouraged Zoro, who was about to draw the knife. Zoro glanced back at Usopp lightly, turned to the corner of the large elevator, and sat down against the wall. Everyone's eyes moved with Zoro, and after seeing Zoro lowered his head and closed his eyes, Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Huh, it's dangerous. Zoro's weird black fog is really scary. Chopper kicked his calf and sat on the ground with his butt up, and raised his hand to wipe the unwanted sweat on his forehead. Usopp also patted his chest with lingering fears, and said to a person in charge of sniping that it was too disturbing to be covered by the fog. Just when everyone sighed and booed, Nami took Chenmu and Robin to the third floor. You guys are too slow. Nami shook her head helplessly, then turned her head and winked at Chenmu who was behind her. Uncle, please help them. Chenmu's mouth twitched, he nodded reluctantly, and stepped into the elevator. Everyone hurriedly backed away to make room for Chenmu. Chenmu looked around the crowd and said helplessly, "Isn't it enough to just smash the wall? You have to let me come." After saying that, he went straight to the innermost part and punched the wall in front of him lightly. Boom! The wall was instantly blasted open, and a huge hole with a diameter of more than 5 meters appeared in front of everyone. Before everyone could move forward, the gust of wind that kept roaring forced everyone to raise their hands to protect their eyes. And Chenmu, who was at the entrance of the cave, just felt that the cold wind didn't feel too much except a little cold. Okay, the road is open, you can go down. After saying that, Chenmu turned sideways and made a, "Please," gesture to everyone. Oh that's amazing, Uncle. Luffy patted Chenmu's shoulder excitedly, then rolled his left hand, surrounded everyone, and after wrapping it around a few times, smiled at Chenmu. Uncle, then let's go first. Luffy, don't, stop. Usopp burst into tears. But before he could finish his words, Luffy jumped directly from the hole, and the people bound by their arms also flew out of the hole and followed closely. Chenmu tilted his head and looked at Nami outside the elevator. Nami's eyes twitched and she smiled at Chenmu. Uncle, I'll just go down with Robin, you don't need to worry about me. Oh, Chenmu responded indifferently, then turned around and walked towards the edge of the hole. Just as he was about to jump down. Quote! What's with this inexplicable heart palpitations? Am I? Ding! The host's strength once again broke through the limiter, level 1001, in order to balance the influence of the world. A negative ability is randomly selected, which is being selected, please wait patiently for the host. Ding! The limiter balance attribute extraction is complete. Close black lens bracket. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a negative ability, low-level fear of heights. Close black lens bracket. Introduction. The effect of low-level fear of heights is only to speed up the heartbeat, lose balance when standing at a high place, and will not reduce effect strength. Chenmu was stunned by the system's 3 consecutive dings. Uncle! Nami exclaimed urgently. Robin, on the other hand, glanced at the reverse of Chenmu's fall in surprise, and didn't react too much. His words. This height shouldn't be a big deal. Just when Chenmu stumbled, Luffy quickly smashed to the ground with the panic-stricken crowd. Third gear, giant balloon. Luffy's face was restrained with a smile, and while making a rapid landing, he suddenly inhaled the gust of wind that was pouring in, and his body quickly became swollen. Blink of an eye, Luffy's stomach swelled to nearly 10 meters and hit the ground. However, the expected roar did not sound. I saw a huge human-shaped meatball, and everyone with tears splashing bound on their backs bounced towards the distance. Just when Luffy popped nearly 30 meters away. Bang! With a bang, Chenmu, wearing a white suit with a golden shawl swaying behind him, slammed into the door of the King of Going Hotel. A huge pit nearly 10 meters deep and half a meter deep was smashed. In the huge pit with dense cracks, Chenmu was still in contemplation. I understand that the biggest limiter is this broken system. When I awakened Saitama's constitution, it made me seasick, restricted my strength from breaking through level 1001, and gave me a fear of heights. Are you really my system? Are you afraid that you are not a vampire in my heart? I'm a good-looking young guy, but you have made a whole body wrong. I'm in a different world. Are you going to force me into a sub-healthy body? Chen Mu madly complained in his heart, venting his dissatisfaction loudly. Just when Chen Mu frantically complained, Robin waved two huge, flesh-colored, wings on his back and floated down with Nami in his arms. Like a very elegant angel. On the other hand, looking at Chen Mu with his face on the ground in the giant pit, the contrast is simply incomparable. The people of the Straw Hats finally escaped from this sturdy going tower. It was at this moment that Spandam, who was wearing a leather half-mask, finally successfully met with Disolo, who was riding the turtle slice. Where's the gold in the sky? Just how many of you? The two of them questioned their souls at the same time. Chapter 78 successfully re-engraved, Golden Fruit. For a time, Disolo and Spandam were speechless. Just as the two were staring at each other, a black-clothed guard wearing sunglasses suddenly stepped forward behind Spandam and whispered in his ear. Master Lucci's order is for us to confirm whether the gold in the sky was really stolen, or whether Disolo refused to hand it in. Of course I know, Spandam roared angrily. Damn, Lucci dare to order me. The thought of this goddamn guy now being his boss made Spandam feel annoyed. Looking at the suddenly irritable Spandam, Disolo couldn't help frowning. If he hadn't felt that the man, Chen Mu, had no going fans on his body, he wouldn't even bother to borrow Tenryubido's power. Going powder was erupted for the first time. Chen Mu was controlling the clone on the boat, and the main body was sleeping in the room, so it was not corroded by the going powder. At the same time, this is also the reason why Disolo retreated without fighting. Hey, have you two said enough? Disolo said impatiently. Immediately, he looked at Spandam, who was about to roar. Vivi curled his lips, and said lazily, why, isn't it worth dispatching Marine Admiral for the gold that was hijacked this time? Go to the treasury first. I want to check for Lord Tenryubido to see if the gold in the sky was really taken away by the hateful pirates. Spandam said sternly. Hearing this, the expression on Disolo's face changed instantly. Those deep eyes stared at Spandam tightly, and said coldly, are you questioning me? As Disolo's voice fell, the guard beside Spandam quickly raised his gun and aimed nervously at the three of Disolo. Tanaka Yin laughed, the purple light on his body slowly rhythm, and the ground under his feet gradually began to ripple. What are you trying to do? I'm Tenryubido's guard. Spandam dripped cold sweat on his forehead, and took a step back in fear. Disolo's slightly squinted eyes slowly opened, the confident smile on his face was put on again, and he waved to Tanaka beside him. Tanaka, take this adult to see. Look at the going in the hands of those pirates. Tanaka was stunned for a moment, and then rolled his eyes. After trying to understand the key, he smiled and said, Zylululu, please, the adults of the CP organization. Having said that, the purple ripples on the ground under his feet expanded, instantly covering Spandam and others, and they fell rapidly towards the bottom together. Ah! Spandam's heart-wrenching howl got smaller and smaller. Watching Tanaka disappear with everyone, Baccarat frowned at Vivi and said hesitantly, Lord Disolo, they belong to Tenryubido. Disolo waved his hand and interrupted what Baccarat was going to say. Then he spread his hand and said happily, this is just a little joke, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. Come on, go get some chips before Marine and Doflamingo arrive. After that, Disolo turned and left with a cheerful expression. Chip, well. Baccarat frowned thoughtfully, and then, as if thinking of something, Maimyu suddenly opened, hurriedly chasing after Disolo. ... On the other side, Chen Mu, who split up with Luffy and others, encountered Disolo Baccarat again. Oh, this friend looks familiar. Chen Mu looked at Disolo with a teasing expression. It's you, Baccarat exclaimed, covering his mouth slightly. Disolo, on the other hand, frowned from Vivi, felt it carefully, and after confirming that there was no gold powder on Chen Mu's body, he spread his hands confidently and said, I think we can talk. Chen Mu raised his eyebrows, looked at Disolo with a playful expression, and said, haha, talk about it. Seeing that Chen Mu didn't mean to press hard, Disilo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and said, a strong man with upper-level hockey, why should he stay in a weak pirate group with less than 10 people? Weak. Chenmu sneered and said playfully, who said it just now, the future One Piece king of pirates must be you. Hearing this, Disilo's facial muscles vivi twitched, and the smile on his face instantly became extremely stiff. Ha, ha ha, that's all polite. Disilo smiled awkwardly. Immediately, his smile faded, and he said sternly, what if he really became One Piece king of pirates, like Gol D. Roger, who was beheaded in public? Pirates are pirates after all, and they will never be able to defeat world politics. After finishing speaking, Disaro slowly turned his hands behind his back, and a fine electric current ran through his palms, following his trouser legs, hiding under the ground in an extremely secret way. Seeing that Chenmu's face was calm, Disilo thought that his little actions had concealed Chenmu, and at the same time, he sneered in his heart. Oh, I can't find it out, and you say that you are a user of the upper hockey armament that can destroy from the inside in one move, what's it? Amazing. Internal explosion, isn't this just restraining my golden fruit? Thinking of this, Disilo's eyes twitched again. On the other hand, looking at Chenmu's side, I saw his playful smile slowly subside, then looked at Disilo with a serious face, and asked, then how much can you pay me a year? Hearing this, Disilo was also taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect that Chenmu would actually consider his suggestion. Well, $1 billion a year, how about that? Disilo said tentatively. Haha, okay, Chenmu, Vivi Isho, nodded in response. At the same time, he stepped towards Disilo. Hee, very good, then you go and catch the Straw Hat Gang first. The Straw Hat Boys' $1 billion worth of bounties are all yours, how about that? Disilo hee Isho, the blue electric current in his palm became brighter and brighter. Point. Chenmu also said, hee Isho, no way. Immediately, he glanced behind Disilo and said with a smile, I've talked so much with you because I want to see if that guy Tanaka is there. But, it looks like he's gone. Hearing this, Disilo's hands stopped for a moment, and he said suspiciously, why are you asking him? Chenmu spread his hands and said helplessly, if he is here, it would be very troublesome for me to arrest you. After all, Chenmu's right hand flashed a white light, and the Jinghua Shuiyu Zanpakudo, which shone like a diamond, appeared in his palm in an instant. Disilo was in a hurry, and suddenly pulled his right hand back in front of him, and slammed Chenmu's position hard. 3 going water jets tens of meters long jumped out of the ground and wrapped around Chenmu's neck and arms. Chenmu's mouth twitched, ignoring the going water column coming from behind him, carrying the Zanpakudo in his right hand, and headed straight for Disilo. When Disilo saw Chenmu rushing towards him, he sneered, and the 3 gold rings on his right hand flashed a ray of electricity, which then turned into 3 5-meter-long water snakes, and attacked Chenmu wildly. By the going water column, water snake, Chenmu was still smiling, red light flashed in his eyes, and the top observation hockey instantly opened. At this moment, it seems that time has been slowed down a lot, and even the wanton corner of Disilo's face seems to be frozen on his face. The blink of an eye, Chenmu Vivi turned to his side and walked directly through the 3 golden water snakes, approaching Disilo at an unabated speed. In an instant, Disilo only felt a flower in front of his eyes, and Chenmu with a faint smile appeared in front of him instantly. Moreover, the blade that exuded rustling brilliance was directly attached to his neck. Disilo froze all over, and froze in place with a look of shock. Disilo opened his mouth. At this moment, Chenmu looked at him calmly and said softly, I'm not interested in your life and wealth. But, your rascal behavior reminds me of some unpleasant past events. After that, Chenmu sneered and kicked Disilo's abdomen directly. With a poochie, Disilo instantly spewed a mouthful of blood and flew backwards quickly behind him. Boom boom boom. Disaro crashed through 3 splendid high-rise buildings one after another, and then stopped on the wall of the 4th high-rise building, sinking deep into the wall. The surrounding people were running away, only a few people were staring at the huge crack on the wall. "This is Lord Disolo." A black-clothed security guard stared at Disolo, who was immersed in it. His mouth was so wide that he could lay down an egg. Chen Yu, on the other hand, with a calm expression, retracted his feet, glanced at Baccarat lightly, and did not continue chasing away. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Jinjin fruit has been successfully re-engraved, and the degree of development, level 2, awakened. Chen Yu was overjoyed, and hurriedly closed his eyes to take a closer look. I saw that on the handle of the knife, which was composed of countless tiny mirrors, the whole body shone with dazzling golden light, and then aggregated into a pale golden light ball, wrapping Chen Mu's right hand. In an instant, Chen Mu's induction covered the entire Great Disolo. Although it was not as subtle as observation hockey, it was a passive skill that came with the awakening golden fruit. As long as there is going, it is in the sense of Chen Mu. At this moment, the slow-flowing golden water behind Chen Mu jumped out of the ground in an instant, forming a golden waterfall in the air, attacking Chen Mu. Watching the golden water flow like a tsunami, Baccarat's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Chen Mu, on the other hand, took Isho calmly, stepped lightly with his feet, and jumped off the ground. That is, the moment his feet left the ground, a golden torrent came crashing down. But the strange thing is that the torrent that was rushing quickly stopped instantly when it reached the feet of Chen Mu. Tap, twice, Chen Mu's white leather shoes stepped on the golden torrent that looked like a substance. "Haha, it's kind of interesting." Chen Mu chuckled lightly. Then his mind moved, and he manipulated this going torrent into the air 10 meters high in an instant, rushing in the direction of Disolo. After about tens of seconds, Chen Mu quietly benefited from the golden torrent. Looking at Disolo, who was deeply trapped in the wall, Isho said lightly, "Don't pretend, I just used less than 1 layer of power. You, a Paramesha fruit awakening ability, will not be so fragile." Hearing this, Disolo, who was deep in the wall, slowly raised his head, wiped the blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, and smiled weakly. "Haha, is it only 1 layer, it's crazy enough. Cough, you are strong, but I have stronger strength than you." Disolo supported the broken wall with both hands, and slowly climbed out of the huge crack covered with cracks. Hearing this, Chen Mu raised his eyebrows with a playful expression, and said sarcastically, "Is he more resistant to beatings than me?" Disolo coughed twice again, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and smiled bitterly, saying, "The strongest power in this world is not an unmatched combat power. It's a wealth that can rival a country." Disolo's eyes were split, and he roared at Chen Mu in midair, "Only if you have wealth, you can also have everything." After all, the current surged all over his body, and instantly invaded the golden torrent under Chen Mu's feet. Die! With Disolo's roar, the golden torrent surged back up instantly, turning into a golden sphere and wrapping Chen Mu in it. Moreover, the golden streams that came from all directions merged into the spinning golden ball. Originally, it was just a 3-meter-sized sphere. It expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it became a size of nearly 20 meters. Disolo grinned, and a fine electric current appeared on his hands at the same time, and he slammed the golden ball in midair. I saw that hair-thin blue electric current quickly shot towards the going sphere that had stopped spinning. Boola, boola. The electric current flickered. The huge going sphere was shrinking inward at a speed visible to the naked eye. 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. When it shrank to 5 meters in size, the going sphere trembled violently, stopped shrinking, and the harsh, creaking, sound also disappeared. Disolo bowed halfway, panting violently, hee hee, the arrogant guy should die sooner. In my going empire, anyone who dares to resist me will have to die. Disolo roared frantically, scaring everyone watching the battle to flee. Seeing everyone fleeing in a hurry, Disolo laughed loudly and said with a wild laugh, "Ha ha ha ha, run away, mice." At this moment, the golden sphere in the air suddenly separated a half-meter-thick water column, rushing towards the laughing Disolo. Disolo felt a warning sign in his heart, and his right hand swept hard, and the jet of water instantly turned 90 degrees and blasted towards the shop on the side. Boom! The shop window of the shop was instantly smashed by the golden water column, and the few people who couldn't dodge in the future were drenched in transparency and turned into portraits of going. You don't know the importance of this. Chen Mu's slightly dissatisfied voice came from the golden ball. Then, under Disolo's surprised gaze, the golden ball slowly melted and turned into a torrent of going again, holding Chen Mu in the air. You can actually control going. Disolo's pupils suddenly widened. Chen Mu glanced at the few people in the store, then rolled his eyes at Disolo, and said, "Don't you think, did you find out too late?" After that, Chen Mu snapped his fingers lightly, and the going covering several people quickly flowed back and merged into the torrent of going under his feet. Disolo pointed to Chen Mu in midair, his breathing gradually became faster. Just when Chen Mu's face was dull, a purple halo suddenly appeared under Disolo's feet, a pair of palms with brown gloves suddenly grabbed Disolo's feet, and the purple light quickly spread to Disolo's body. Oops! Chen Mu shouted anxiously, and instantly manipulated the golden torrent to swirl towards Disolo. When the golden torrent arrived, Disolo had already been dragged into the ground by those tiny palms. It's this Tanaka again. Chen Mu's forehead blushed violently. I knew I was using Conqueror Haki directly. Sure enough, relying too much on the fruit will affect the display of strength. Old Zephyr, don't deceive me. Chapter 79 Upcoming Marine Admiral and Doflamingo. Forget it, anyway, I don't have to kill this tragic person anyway. Chen Mu comforted himself. Then, Chen Mu sensed it carefully and found the Straw Hat Gang who were frantically, demolition, on the street. These guys are really, Chen Mu's facial muscles began to twitch. Ding! Replica fruit ability +1, negative ability -1%. Close black lens bracket. Fear of heights low level. The trigger condition has changed from 100 meters to 99 meters. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the system's belated notification sound, Chen Mu pouted. Then, manipulate the going torrent under his feet and head towards the straw hats. On the other side, Tanaka took the sorrow out of the ground. Looking at Disolo who had a disordered breath, Tanaka said with some worry, Lord Disolo, are you alright? Disolo coughed twice, waved at Tanaka, and said, where did you take that group of people? Tanaka is cheap, Isho, and whispered to Disolo, Zylululu, follow your instructions, I will send them to the Straw Hat Gang. Also, they seem to have an old feud, and they started fighting as soon as they met. Fortunately, I ran fast enough, Zylululu. Disolo nodded with satisfaction, glanced at Tanaka, who was still in his reverie, and reprimanded, stop laughing, take me to Tenryubido's fleet. Yes, Lord Disolo. On the other side, when the Straw Hat group saw Spandam who suddenly appeared in front of them, the atmosphere instantly became weird. Especially Sanji. He has always kept in mind this guy who once seriously injured Ms. Robin and then escaped with ease. And Spandam, who was collectively teleported to Straw Hat and others by Tanaka, was instantly dumbfounded. Tanaka, who noticed that the atmosphere was a little subtle, glanced at both parties, and said in Spandam's ear, the key to the vault was taken away by these pirates. If you want to check the vault, you can only rely on adults. Go get the key yourself. Speaking, Tanaka casually left a sentence, going to deal with other intruders, and immediately escaped on the spot. Spandam, on the other hand, was stiff, staring at Robin in the crowd, screaming, Nicole. Robin. As for Robin, Vivi squinted his eyes, the corner of his mouth drew a dangerous arc, and smiled, long time no see, Commander Spandam. Spandam, who is it? Luffy looked at Zoro blankly, and Brooke, who didn't know it, also followed Luffy's gaze. Ah, I don't remember too much. It seems to be a not very powerful marine, right? Zoro said uncertainly. Oh, Luffy nodded eagerly. Then he continued to look at the going guardrails on both sides, rolled up his sleeves, and said energetically, Nami said that after removing enough goings, you can go to eat meat. Go on, guys. Just as Luffy was about to launch a violent attack on the surrounding buildings, Nami with an angry face instantly appeared behind him. Dua. With the sound of Nami Iron Fist hit Luffy on the head, roaring, knock down the enemy in front of me first. Oh, Luffy drooped his eyelids and responded, lightly. ... Moments later, a group of guards were lying on the ground, and Spandam was bound by his own spiky seastone chains, lying on the ground with a bruised face. Sanji slowly withdrew his foot from Spandam's face, turned around and silently lit a cigarette, and walked towards the crowd with a calm face. Ah, so weak, don't come out and get in the way, what a waste of time ... Zoro despised Sanji, and then said to Spandam with a look of disgust. Usopp and Brook nodded solemnly. Sanji, who looked indifferent, didn't care about the three males, and saw that he walked straight to Robin, held Robin's slender fingers, and said softly, it is an honor for a gentleman to serve a beautiful lady. After a pause, a comfortable smile bloomed on Sanji's face, and continued, please allow me to kiss the back of your hand. After saying that, Sanji closed his eyes slightly and lowered his head slowly. Just when Sanji was about to kiss the back of Robin's hand, Chen Emu's inappropriate voice came from a distance. This is Spandam. When everyone heard the sound, they hurriedly looked behind them. Robin also took this opportunity to pull his hand back, turned to Chen Mu Tiantian Isho, and said, long time no see, Uncle ... Facing Robin's sudden warmth, Chen Mu didn't react for a while, and was stunned in place. After being stunned for 2 seconds, Chen Mu scratched the back of his shiny head in confusion, and responded slightly embarrassedly, ah, long time no see. And Sanji still maintained a posture of bowing and kissing, but the muscles on his face kept twitching. Robin put his hands behind his back, looked at Chen Mu with a peaceful face, and said, does Uncle know Spandam too? There was a hint of doubt in everyone's eyes. Chen Mu secretly said, oops, his eyes began to turn around, and he quickly thought about countermeasures. I can't say I've seen the show. Suddenly, Chen Emu's eyes lit up and he vowed, I met Disolo just now, he told me. Seeing the doubts in the eyes of the crowd intensified, Chen Mu explained, I had a serious chat with him, and he said that this time Tenryubito would personally ride the fleet to transport the gold in the sky, and their bodyguards were CP0, among them. There's Spandam's name. Robin was stunned for a moment, and then facing Chen Mu Tianjing Isho, said, so that's how it is. Chen Mu nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice. At this moment, Nami hurried up, grabbed Chen Emu's arms and shook violently, and said anxiously, Uncle, why don't you catch him, he owes us 10 billion. Quote. That's 10 billion. Nami was about to burst into tears. Chen Mu looked at those beautiful eyes with misty water, his face muscles vivi twitched, and he smiled awkwardly, nah. Nami, don't worry, Disolo said, he is willing to use going repaid, and specially asked me to come to you to receive the huge amount of going. Quote. Hearing this, Nami, who was extremely depressed, instantly turned from sadness to joy, and said excitedly, then what are you waiting for, hurry up and hurry up. After saying that, the one who dragged Chen Mu walked forward. After walking a few steps, he did not forget to turn his head and said to the crowd, hurry up and follow. But Usopp turned his head to look at Robin, pointed to the fallen Spandam and said, then what should he do? Robin glanced at Spandam and couldn't help recalling the scene at the time. He shook his head and said, actually, I have already forgiven him. Although he is hateful, but he is also him, let me integrate into everyone better, just let him go. After speaking, Robin crossed his hands on his chest with a smile on his face, and rows of slender, white and tender arms suddenly appeared on the ground. In the process of passing each other, he threw the bound and strong spandam into the golden arm. In the river, go with the flow. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts, and muttered to themselves, sure enough, a woman's words cannot be easily believed, especially, I have forgiven him. After a while, Chen Mu, who was embarrassed, and Nami, whose followers cheered, returned to the King of Going Hotel again, followed by everyone. Everyone walked into the splendid first floor and looked at the various gaming tables still crowded in the first floor hall, and the statue of Going still standing in the center of the hall. Luo thinks he can't do it without money. Nami, on the other hand, looked left and right, then looked straight at the Going sculpture in the center of the hall. Her eyes flashed, and she pointed at the sculpture in front. That's it. Everyone withdrew their gazes one after another and looked in the direction of Nami's fingers. Just when everyone was still staring at the huge sculpture, Nami suddenly turned around and said to Zoro, Zoro, I'll leave it to you. Zoro. Nami, on the other hand, nodded to Zoro with a serious expression, and said to herself, remember not to cut too big, it's hard to move. Then he turned his eyes to the golden-eyed Chopper and said sternly, how can Jinbei be missing from this kind of physical work? Chopper, you go and call Jinbei. Looking at Chopper with a cute face, Nami paused. A flash of inspiration flashed in her mind, and she showed a very playful smile to Chopper. Chopper have you brought the blue wave? Nami squinted, the corners of her mouth turned up, and a shrewd light flashed in her eyes. Chopper looked at Nami innocently, nodded and said, bring it. Immediately, Vivi lowered his head, took out a small hand into the backpack behind him, and found a yellow ball. Hey. Nami, whose smile was gradually dangerous, Chopper took a step back subconsciously and said in a trembling voice, Nami, what do you want? Hey, I think. ... A moment later, a huge roar sounded, and countless guests dressed in luxurious costumes ran out of the hotel door of the King of Going with a look of panic and fled in all directions. In the hotel behind him, cards and chips were scattered all over the place, and at the same time, there were bursts of heavy footsteps. I saw Nami smiling like a flower, jumping at the front with her hands behind her back. Behind her were the speechless Chen Mu and the excited Luffy. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and the others who were also helpless. At the back of the crowd, and at the same time the source of the loud voice, was a huge brown-haired monster nearly 10 meters tall, with a pure gold statue of the same 10-meter height on its back. Nami hummed a little tune all the way, and just led everyone out of the hotel and went straight to the direction of the Sunny. Nami, I'm so tired. The monster Chopper stuck his tongue out, gasping for breath. Hearing the sound, Nami stopped, turned her head to face Chopper's sweet Isho, and said, Chopper, you can definitely hold on to the Sunny, I believe you are the best. Idiot, I won't be happy even if you praise me. There was a shy flush on Chopper's cheeks, and if he hadn't dragged his hands around the statue behind him, he might have been writhing long ago. Hey, Chen Mu shook his head helplessly. At the same time, the dense blue electric light in the palm of the hand still passed through the ground in a hurry, winding towards the Going statue behind Chopper. In this Going city, I am also the Going Emperor. Chen Mu glanced at the top of his head lightly, and raised the corner of his mouth in disdain. At the same time, Disolo, who had already returned to the top, suddenly stood up from the Going sofa, roaring in his mouth, Bastard, bastard, bastard. The white-clothed subordinates beside him all hid aside, daring to look up at him. After Disolo vented his anger, Tanaka slowly walked out from the side and said in a low voice, Lord Disolo, Tenryubito is calling. Desaro glanced at Tanaka, then took a deep breath, calmed down, and picked up the golden walkie-talkie on top of the phone shell. What the hell is going on? Hehehehe tilde. Are there really pirates coming to steal my Going? Hehehehe. Tenryubito asked with that unique ending sound just after the call was connected. Sent directly. Disolo gave a disgusting tisk, and tilted his head. Hey, are you listening? Disolo, hehehehe tilde. Disolo's facial muscles twitched. He brought the phone to his mouth, calmed down again, and slowly said, "I'm listening." Immediately, he said in a low tone, "You're right, the pirates took going away." What? This time, there's no weird ending. Then, there was a loud chatter coming from the phone, something like, "Contact Marine Admiral immediately," or something. Hearing this, Disolo's mouth twitched, and the smile on his face gradually became gloomy. At this moment, Tenryubito on the other end of the phone spoke again. "Disolo, you hold them back for me, hey tilde tilde tilde, first have ordered Marine Admiral to come, hey tilde tilde tilde." Quote. Disolo, with a cheerful smile on his face, spread out his left hand and held the walkie-talkie in his right hand. "Of course, I will hold them back for you." After speaking, Disaro rehung the walkie-talkie on the top of the phone bug's shell with a sneer. "I see how long you can be arrogant. Disoro Senran Isho." After a pause, Disolo's expression froze, and he instructed Tanaka, "Tanaka, send them to going prison, and I will hold him personally." "Okay, Lord Disolo." Accompanied by a burst of Zilulululu tilde laughter, Ziyun flashed across Tanaka's body, and his figure escaped directly into the ground. The King of Going Hotel, at the gate. Chopper, who had returned to his original form, was sitting on the ground out of breath at this time, wiping the sweat from his face with a sad face while sticking out his small tongue. Far behind Chopper, a going sculpture was lying on the ground. Nami, on the other hand, walked briskly to Chopper's side, patted his cute hat, and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Joe." After simply complimenting Chopper, Nami slowly turned her head and said to Zoro with a cold face, "Zoro, then it's up to you." After finishing speaking, he also pretended to be cute and sweet Isho. "Hey, how can I carry this thing?" Zoro's eyes jumped wildly, and he couldn't help roaring. Hearing Zoro's refusal, Nami sat on the ground with a look of grievance. Her index finger was lowered to her lower lip, and she said aggrievedly, "I just asked you to divide the statue, not for you to carry it, why are you so fierce?" Quote. Not to mention, Nami's cuteness is quite effective, at least. Sanji likes this. "Miss Nami lets you go, you stinky swordsman, don't be long-winded." Sanji ran to Zoro's ear and roared loudly. "What are you talking about, slutty cook?" Zoro turned his head instantly and pressed Sanji's forehead with an angry face, like two goats fighting with horns. At this moment, a purple ripple like water appeared on the ground beneath everyone's feet. At the same time, Tanaka's low voice came from the ground. The Bottomless Hell. Chapter 80 The Arrival of Doflamingo. The purple halo disappeared in a flash, and a huge dark and deep hole appeared under everyone's feet. "Ah!" the timid trio suddenly exclaimed. However, the exclamation did not affect their descent speed. Luffy, Nami, who was falling fast, closed her eyes tightly and shouted forcefully. "I see," Luffy replied solemnly. Then, the left hand wrapped around the crowd, and the right hand stretched upwards, grabbing towards the edge of the hole. With a clack, half of Luffy's palm just clasped the slowly healing hole. The speed of everyone's descent stopped, and after bouncing up and down twice, they stopped directly in the dark hole. "Well done, Luffy, just rush up like this," Usopp said to Luffy with a look of excitement. At this moment, the slowly shrinking entrance of the cave stopped abruptly, and Tanaka's huge head slowly appeared above the entrance. "Zilulululu tilde, Straw Hat Boy, don't you guys want to go?" Tanaka narrowed his eyes and smiled sinisterly. "Going." Nami, who triggered the keyword, instantly lit up. "Yes, it's going, endless going, look down, Zilulululu." When everyone heard the words, they hurriedly lowered their heads and looked down. I saw that in this extremely dark space, a golden hole exuding brilliance suddenly appeared below. Just as everyone watched with bated breath, Tanaka's hands radiating purple light clung to the ground again. "Zilulululu, goodbye, stupid guys." After all, the purple light suddenly dissipated, and the opening of the cave that had shrunk to 5 meters instantly expanded, and it became 10 meters in size again. It was also because of this sudden change that the palm that was clenched tightly on the edge was instantly empty. "Ah, shit," Luffy exclaimed, staring blankly at the crowd. Everyone was stunned and looked at Luffy with a puzzled expression. Whoosh. Pop. Luffy's right arm stretched upwards, carrying a slight wind sound, and with such a pop, it shrank back. Nami was shocked. It was at this moment that the opening above began to heal rapidly again. Aerial walk. Sanji's figure with a dignified face flashed, and he kept flashing upwards. Every time he flashed, a transparent ripple would be stepped under his feet, accompanied by a low sonic boom. With a bang bang bang, sonic boom, Sanji's figure jumped out of the hole smoothly. Sanji, who jumped out of the hole, did not fall directly to the ground, but turned around in midair, and hit the shrinking hole below and Tanaka, who was surprised, with a light speed kick. Devil's Foot Spectrum. Countless colorful beams shot directly from midair, and the ground was riddled with holes. Although it didn't stop the hole from shrinking, the edge of the hole suddenly increased in size because of Sanji's violent kick. And Tanaka, this wretched guy, fled when he saw the flames burning on Sanji's feet. In the dark underground cave, the people who continued to fall looked at the destruction of the hole, and couldn't help but feel happy. Just as everyone was rejoicing, Zoro's low voice came into everyone's ears. "No knife flow, big tornado." Zoro roared, and a white tornado suddenly appeared and devoured everyone. With the momentum of upward rotation, it directly wrapped everyone and rushed upwards. And Zoro, because of the reaction force, the speed of falling is even more. "Zoro!" Luffy yelled anxiously. Then, facing the violent wind, he stretched his right arm downwards. Whoosh! With a slight whistling sound, Luffy's outstretched arms successfully caught up with the falling Zoro, wrapped around his waist 3 times, and quickly lifted him back. The violent tornado rushed out of the hole, and at the same time, there were people who were spinning in the wind. The violent tornado rushed out of the hole and continued to spin at a high speed for nearly 5 seconds before stopping, and it was under this rotational acceleration that Zoro was finally fished out by Luffy before the hole was closed. Everyone stood on the ground again, and they all patted their chests with lingering fears. And at this moment, the incomparably familiar sound of sinister laughter was once again introduced into everyone's ears. Zylulululu. Everyone heard the sound and hurriedly looked up. I saw Tanaka appear on the roof of a 5-story building, looking at them with a smirk. "This bastard," Usopp scolded, took off the black pocket directly from behind, and was about to start aiming. One shot, Harbor Bird. With a whisper from Zoro, Chushui came out of the sheath instantly. A blue sword light slashed across the air in an instant, slashing directly at the top of the high-rise building, raising a large piece of dust, and at the same time, countless gravel splashed and fell. Seeing that Zoro's cup was successfully filled, Sanji snorted angrily, turned around silently, and continued smoking his cigarette. "Well done, Zoro." Usopp held the black pocket slingshot in one hand and gave Zoro a thumbs up in the other. However, Tanaka's harsh laughter sounded again, but this time, it was behind everyone. "Zylulululu. If you only have this speed, you won't be able to catch me." Having said that, Tanaka sneered at the crowd while escaping directly into the ground. For a time, everyone's faces were extremely ugly, and they kept looking around. What a hassle. Zoro gritted his teeth. Just as everyone was carefully looking for Tanaka's figure, Tanaka's very annoying voice came from behind the victim again. Looking at the group of straw hats who were constantly being played by him, Tanaka laughed very comfortably and said, "Zylulululu. You can't catch me." When everyone heard the sound, they turned to look at another tall building, and Tanaka happened to be at the top of the tall building. Seeing everyone looking at him angrily, Tanaka's smile grew stronger and he sneered. "Instead of catching me, it's better to think about it. Have you forgotten something?" When everyone heard the words, they suddenly fell into thinking. Zylulululu. What a bunch of idiots, ah. Just as Tanaka was about to escape into the ground, 4 arms that suddenly appeared grabbed his wrists and ankles and held them in the air. At this moment, Robin with a faint smile on his face stepped out of the crowd and said softly, "The second time, you can't fool me." Tanaka was shocked, and hurriedly looked at Robin in front of everyone, and hurriedly shouted, "Ah, let me go. You hateful woman. Ah, you'd better let me go quickly, or you'll never want to see those kids." Tanaka snarled at Robin. Everyone was stunned, and finally remembered what they had forgotten. At that time, because the VIP hall did not allow children to enter, the group of children was brought back to the exclusive lounge of the Straw Hats by a waitress wearing a bunny girl costume. Then, because everyone was indulged in the happiness of 100 billion, they forgot the existence of these children, which led to them becoming chips in Disolo's hands. Thinking that this sinister guy in front of him actually threatened them with children, everyone couldn't help but get angry. "Robin, drop this guy," Nami said resentfully. However, before Robin could respond, an extremely violent wave suddenly appeared and spread rapidly towards the surroundings at an unparalleled speed. Luffy and the others were also shocked and retreated, fully resisting this violent momentum. "This is Conqueror," Zoro said with difficulty, with one arm in front of his eyes. As if to confirm Zoro's words, wherever this transparent wave swept across, the glass shattered and splashed, and the crowd fell unconscious one by one. This conqueror covers almost the entire city of Going. As the center of this storm, Chen-Mu suddenly raised his right foot and took a step forward slowly. Bang! The seemingly random kick actually cracked the ground, and the crack created by the crack quickly spread to the distance. However, this kick is just the beginning. Everyone only heard a whoosh, and Chen-Mu had turned into a white streamer and rushed directly to the tall building. In just an instant, Chen-Mu flew to the top of the building. Looking at Tanaka who was about to fall into a coma, Chen-Mu took the conqueror back, gave it a low shout, and said, "Where is the person?" "In Huang Jinjian," Tanaka replied vaguely. Before he could finish speaking, he tilted his head and fainted completely. Chen-Mu couldn't help frowning when he heard the words, and thought secretly, could it be Going prison? Chen-Mu, who had figured out the key, was stunned for a moment, turned his head stiffly, and looked at Tanaka whose eyes were white and foaming from the corners of his mouth. "I'm wronged, Jinghua Shuiyu." After that, a white light flashed on Chen-Mu's right hand, and a long blade with a straight handle that was as transparent as a mirror instantly appeared in his hand. With the sound of "Hu tilde," Chen-Mu directly swung the knife and slashed at Tanaka's big head. Back of knife used. After all, if the capable person dies, the fruit that Chen-Mu re-engraved will also disappear. It is very troublesome to find a new successor of the fruit and re-engrave it. As the back of the knife touched Tanaka's forehead, a purple light suddenly appeared, and it flowed directly along the back of the knife to the handle with countless tiny mirrors. Ding! Xuanchuan fruit has been successfully re-engraved. Development level, first level primary. Not awakened. The system prompt sounded in his mind, but Chen-Mu was unmoved and continued to wait quietly. Wait about 30 seconds. Gone. Is there a special reward only for the first re-engraved fruit? Chen-Mu continued to wait for another 30 seconds. Well, it seems that there is really no other reward. Chen-Mu raised his eyebrows angrily, and stomped his right foot on the ground. With a sound of boom, a small black hole appeared directly under Chen-Mu's feet, and the whole person quickly fell down. And everyone in the square, looking at Chen-Mu who suddenly disappeared, couldn't help but complained in their hearts. Did Uncle Tanaka cheat again? Fortunately, Chen-Mu quickly became familiar with the effect of wearing the fruit, and went straight back to the roof. So dangerous, it was almost exposed. Chen-Mu patted his chest with lingering fears. Then, Chen-Mu's face condensed, and the surface of his body began to flow with purple light. Boo! With a light sound, Chen Muan quickly melted into the ground beneath his feet like a drop of water into the sea. Quickly fled towards the area where the most goings were detected. After a short while, Chen Mu went straight out of the ceiling of going and plummeted downwards. After about 2 breaths, Chen Mu always fell into this underground prison built by going. Chen Mu raised his head and glanced above, and roughly estimated that the height of this prison should be 100 meters. Then, looking at the surrounding going spires more than 10 meters high, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Tisk tisk, as expected of Emperor Going, he is really rich and powerful. Big brother. Just as Chen Mu squatted down and was about to try to see if he could put the golden sand under his feet into the space, a cowardly shout suddenly came from a distance. Big brother. A little girl with green shoulder-length short hair slowly walked out from behind a huge going pillar. Chen Mu heard the words, got up quickly, and looked at the petite figure in the distance. Great, Big brother is here to save us. The little girl looked at Chen Mu with joy, then turned to face the little boys behind the pillar and said, Brother, come out quickly, it's Big brother who is here to save us. Chen Mu shook his head Isho and walked directly to the little girl. At this moment, the little boy who was missing a front tooth quickly jumped out from behind the pillar, stood in front of the little girl nervously, and shouted loudly, Don't come here. Hearing the sound, Chen Mu looked behind him with a puzzled expression. After confirming that there was no one else behind him, he quickly turned his head and pointed at himself with a puzzled look. Are you talking about me? Yes, it's you, don't come here. The little boy yelled in response. Brother, he is. You don't talk. The little girl wanted to explain to Chen Mu, but was forcibly interrupted by the little boy with a low growl. Glancing at the innocent little girl who pursed her lips, Chen Mu raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked the little boy, Why can't I go over? The little boy looked at Chen Mu angrily and said, Because you are with them. They. Yeah, you and Disilo are in it to keep us locked up. After he finished speaking, he took off his small white suit in a fit of anger and threw it on the golden sand. Chen Mu looked at this scene with some amusing, shook his head and explained, Haha, you are wrong, I am not with Disilo. Pause, he said again, I accidentally vomited blood from him just now. I guess he is eager to strangle me now. Really, the little boy glanced at Chen Mu hesitantly. Oh, of course, Chen Mu said with a smile. Just as the atmosphere was gradually becoming harmonious, a voice that had been through the vicissitudes of life came from behind the two of them. Impossible. Just as Chen Mu was saving people in the underground prison, a man in a pink coat landed directly on the square at the top of the King of Going Hotel.